Thoroughbred. Jonathan's Way, sensational on debut. Just getting started. And when we return, guess who was out for a morning stroll? 7 days till the biggest test of her career, Torpedo Anna, the grizzly bear, breezing this morning as the countdown continues to the DraftKings Travers.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bombers won the King Edward.
SEAL Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Off and running in exciting fashion. Alabama Saturday. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Arcangelo colors for another week plus Travers Canoe. And always exciting. Up next, more two-year-old, Spendthrift two-year-old race of the day. Home of North America's five-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, home of Vacoma Spendthrift Farm, sire of the first-time starter victorious in race 1. This race, 2 turns on grass, field with updated odds. Asbury Park, 2-1 current favorite. We'll get to see him on track shortly, but Maggie went to meet him at Chad's Brown Stable earlier this week.
Here we are with Asbury Park. He'll debut Saturday on the turf, obviously being a son of Frankel.
Yeah, so I love that he's by Frankel, and you don't see too many over here, at least at 2 running. We bought this guy at Tattersall, so the Violas bred this horse, St. Elias, and I saw him over there, so I bought half for Mr. Peter Brandt, so they stayed in, and it's going to be a wonderful partnership. He's ready to run. I like the fact that this horse is smaller, more agile, lighter framed horse. I don't like heavy turf horses generally, and he's come to hand fast because of it. Very promising horse, nice turn of foot, I see.
What about him makes him a possible debut winner? Obviously being from your barn helps.
Yeah, the agility of this horse, I think he's going to run the turns well, what I see in the morning. This guy took a little bit to settle down. He was a little bit more of a busy-minded, sharper-acting horse than some of the others I spoke about, how advanced they were. Over the last 3 weeks, I've seen this horse really come to his own mentally, and that's why I decided to put him in. I'm proud of him.
Peter Brandt's Asbury Park, there he is. Appreciate the access. Chad Brown, the agile Asbury Park. Guys, this whole Tattersalls thing is working out nicely for Chad Brown and company.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like one of the first ones was one of my favorite horses of all time, which was Newspaper of Record. Her Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf was just outstanding, and a lot of people have followed suit since then, but it's definitely worked out. And there are people over in France now in Arconga, that sale. It seems to be a trend now, especially as grass racing has become elevated in this country.
Yeah, I think that's the key. You make a good point. I think the grass racing before wasn't the same that you were getting in dirt racing, the purse-wise. And Jonathan makes a good place. Now you got $1 million turf races. That's why you see Europeans coming over, and that's why you see the Tattersall sales. A lot of guys going over from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast.
More 2-year-olds. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Some heavy-hitting owners debuting their runners. Colors you'll recognize. Serious prospects. You just met Asbury Park. What will he do in his debut? That's next.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vacoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vacoma, the one to catch. Vacoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vacoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vacoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Introducing the Caesars Racebook app, the ultimate destination for racing enthusiasts. Built on the trusted NyraBets platform, you can watch and wager on over 300 racetracks worldwide, including Saratoga. And the best part? Every bet earns you exciting reward credits that can be redeemed for your next bet, hotel stays, dining, and more. Get started today and receive a $150 sign-up bonus. Download the Caesars Racebook app and embrace the thrill of horse racing.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won.
And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of Record.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great day to be a thoroughbred racing fan. Big crowd expected. Live look at the spa. Saratoga Live. Welcome back. Wall-to-wall 2-year-olds in the paddock. Asbury Park for trainer Chad Brown. On grass, mile and a 16th for this upcoming second race. Start of the early pick 4. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Over to Maggie, who, your head must be spinning with 2-year-olds with this Alabama Saturday start. Maggie, back to back.
Yeah, exactly, Lafitte. I keep turning around like, wait, who's misbehaving? Who's talking? No, actually, this group being pretty well behaved. Though we'll start with number 1, Asbury Park, for trainer Chad Brown. And he's actually the spunkier of this group ever since he got the tack on him. He is a little bit on the smaller side, but that's kind of typical, at least with the Frankels that I see in this country. But he's incredibly fit. And as you saw in that piece with Chad and talking with him that day, he said that he's taken a little while to come around, but at least in the last 3 weeks to a month, mentally he's come a long way. So, but you still wonder, with that kind of attitude at first coming into the barn when it comes to racing. Is he going to still need a start to kind of get over that mentality or just being green? He has a lovely pedigree. They paid the equivalent of $318,000 for him. The dam won her at 2 in France, and this guy is a half to Spanish Mission, who is a multiple graded stakes winner and grade 1 place in the U.S. and in Europe. Also, the family includes Dude in Colorado and Macaris. And all of these horses winning at 2, so there's precocity. Maybe he can be able to get the job done. I'm just wondering mentally, are we going to see that out on the racetrack today? Moving on to Chad's other horse, that's number 9, Valuation Metric. This one going out for Klarovich Stable is a son of Munnings. The dam went on the synthetic and the half went on the turf, and also graded stakes place on the synthetic. The other 2 foals have not been much, but this is a beautifully put together colt. I love his frame. He's really well balanced, athletic, kind of your typical horse that Chad Brown buys for Klarovich Stable. And watching his workouts 2 back on the Oklahoma turf course, he was outside of the unraced Nemo, love that name by the way, a son of New Money Honey actually, and going better than that one on the gallop out. So appreciate that, some stamina built into this horse. But with that being said, I still feel like this guy's going to need to start just a little soft around the edges, has that bigger barrel to him. He might need one to tuck up, but the horse I like most in here comes from the Christophe Clement barn, and that's number 6, Davy Crockett, a son of Constitution out of America's Tail. How could you not come up with a better name than that? The dam was a multiple stakes winner, albeit on the dirt, but the second dam, a stakes winner on the turf. And watching this guy's turf workouts, I loved what I've seen from him, the way he moves over it. And 3 back on the main track, he was setting the pace for Carson's Run and giving that grade 1 winner all he could handle. This horse just has the loveliest frame to him. He's elegant but yet substantial. There's enough conditioning to him as well to possess that strength that you need first time out here. So far he's been professional. He came in with the training saddle but got the tackle on him with no problems. He looks ready to go. I like Davy Crockett. Lafitte?
Joel Rosario, Maggie, looking to go back-to-back with 2-year-olds to kick off the Alabama program. Trainer Chad Brown represented by a pair of 2-year-olds and Arad Ortiz on Asbury Park. Welcome back from suspension, Paul, nursing a 5-win lead over Tyler Gaffalione and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, 3-day suspension that he had. Flavian Pratt was really not able to pick up much ground, only had about a couple winners in that span of time, and Tyler Gaffalione has just stayed on fire since then.
Arad Ortiz aboard Asbury Park. Time to search for your remote. Hope we aren't muted because you won't hear this. Coverage moving to Fox Sports 1. We'll see you there. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1 like now as our Alabama coverage continues.
Saratoga.
Among the 40 racing days every summer at Saratoga, this is one of the most celebrated. Alabama Saturday at the Spa. Crowds arrive at dawn. Tens of thousands will attend. But why? Why the buzz? Why the hype? For the fans, pretty simple. A massive all-day summer bash. For the fillies competing, a career-defining 2 minutes. Welcome to Alabama Day at Saratoga. What will that filly do this evening? Welcome to our coverage on Fox Sports 1. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You're looking at Candied, the favorite in the Grade 1 Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. Live look. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. That storied racing venue will come alive today. For decades, every summer, Alabama Day. One big party culminating with one big horse race. The Alabama later this evening on Fox. Trackside, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This is one of those days you wake up just happy to be a horse racing fan. And one of the biggest days every summer, the Alabama. It has championship implications. 27 fillies have won this race and been crowned 3-year-old filly champion. So how productive will this year's edition be? Only time will tell as we take a look at the field for today's Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a quarter, $600,000 purse. Number 7 is Candied, 7-5. Morning line favorite. Joined by my co-host, he's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Jonathan, let's start with the significance of the race. Why the Alabama? What makes this such a special race every summer?
Well, the winner of the Alabama typically ends up winning some sort of trophy at the end of the year, whether it's 3-year-old filly or more. And what I want to say about the Alabama is I like the fact that it's one of the only times you'll get to see these horses at top levels run at a mile and a quarter. And obviously the mile and a quarter has significance because of the Travers and the Kentucky Derby, the Breeders' Cup Classic. And so I think it leads to a lot in terms of championships, but it's also kind of that defining moment for 3-year-olds in their 3-year-old year.
It's kind of their turning point, right, for their season and see who the best 3-year-old is. Now, the best 3-year-old is going to tackle the boys next week in an epic battle. But, you got a chance here with some other fillies in here that got a chance to get their grade 1. And like Jonathan said, it's so prestigious too as well, and usually it leads to a horse that's going to have a nice future.
The absence of Torpedo Anna, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country. She'll face the boys next week in the Travers. It makes for a better, more competitive grade 1 Alabama a little bit later on this evening on Fox. That's race 10. We're just getting started. Race number 2 with 2-year-olds on tap. Today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. A pair of 2-year-old events. One of them in the books we will revisit. 2 stakes races for 3-year-old fillies. The Lake Placid on grass listed as good, and the Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales. Race 10, post time 5:43 Eastern. One of those afternoons you could really use that NyraBets account. Sign up now, NyraBets.com. There is a promo code you'll want to use and activate. Spot 250. And take advantage of that $250 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Stars of tomorrow, 2-year-old, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, mile and a 16th on grass. There's the field. Scratch number 7, Royals Pride. And meet these freshman 2-year-olds as they just hit the track front side post-parade. And we'll start with the co-favorite. There he is, Asbury, Peter Brandt's debuting Frankel colt.
Yeah, well-bred son of Frankel, too. Frankel was a champion over in Europe.
Hammerhead, Out Gold's debuting colt.
Has some nice works, but Chad Summers is 0 for 11 with first-time starters on the turf.
Policy change, Michael Tabor's first-time starter, moving quickly. Number 4, Dragoneer, $450,000 Mackenzie colt.
Yeah, Danny Gargan off to a very cold start, 0 for 10. None of them have hit the board. Even besides that, 1 for 41 with turf firsters in the last 5 years.
Concord Green, Stuart Janney's debuting homebred. Paul, I'm not doing this on purpose. There's Davy Crockett, Sienna Farm Windstar, first-time starter.
Yeah, Davy Crockett feels like he might be able to run a little bit. 3 works back, worked with Carson's Run, who won a grade 1 last weekend.
Jerry's Out, Edge and Experience.
It has some experience, but does need to run a little bit faster than last time.
Valuation metrics, second to chew for Chad Brown.
Yeah, I like this colt a little bit. Obviously, the connections are very good. Flavian Pratt, Chad Brown, and the Clatterfish stables.
Number 10, Sam's Rocket, second start for him at the meet.
Sam's Rocket, not cheap, $925,000. Feels like Bill Mott's been trying to get this horse to the grass.
And Johnny's Rendezvous draws in Rigney Racing. Phil Bauer will revisit spectacular debut runner Jonathan's Way in the first race, now trying to go back-to-back with 2-year-olds.
Yeah, and he was able to talk with Maggie Wolfendale and said basically this horse mentally isn't right there, but they're excited with his turf work. So, you're getting 9-1 with a very good trainer.
Early pick 4 starts here. More 2-year-olds on grass. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day in about a minute as we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by trackside. Maggie, and a lot of first-time starters, well-bred prospects. Let's start with Sam's Rocket, number 10, who does have that edge and experience over most.
And Lafitte, he is a horse that I went to Bill Mott's barn to kind of do a little roundup with my 2-year-old previews, and he said to me, I like this horse, but I really feel like he might be more turf. So he gets it here in his second start after failing to show up at all in the dirt debut, going 5.5 furlongs. And he does have a bit of turf pedigree. The second dam, she was a stakes winner on the turf, and American Pharoah is a good influence, and this guy definitely has a turf hoof. Proverbially speaking, slacker pasterns as well. He's a lot sharper for this debut. Look for him with the stretch out and distance to be on the engine with Junior Alvarado aboard. He's also stronger out of that race, something I always appreciate. This horse scares me a bit. I wouldn't be surprised if he jumps up and wins, because he's facing, as you said, Lafitte, a bunch of horses who have yet to make a start. Moving on to the Shug McGahee trainee, Son of Warfront, is number 5, Concord Green. This is a half to Scarlet Sky, and this horse could not be more like his brother. Scarlet Sky, very good looking physical, but between the ears, took a while to kind of figure it all out. So I get the same impression with Concord Green. I'd like to take the wait and see approach just because he just doesn't seem that clued in, / could use one for fitness, and the works have been very so-so. Finally, though, I did go to number 6, Davy Crockett. I love the works that you guys are mentioning. He's been working with Carson's Run. Watching him in his turf workouts, he moves beautifully over. He doesn't have an abundance of turf pedigree, but what a striking individual. Give me Davy Crockett, guys.
Davy Crockett, JK, could you expand on that for our viewers don't follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis, that he's been breezing, working, practicing with a Grade 1 winner out of the same stable? What's that all about?
Yeah, in the morning, you know, they have their little practice rounds, and, you know, it's not full speed, but it's pretty darn close. And Davy Crockett worked with Carson's Run, who won a Grade 1 last weekend, the Grade 1 Saratoga Derby. So, yeah, look, it's not an exact science, but what it does tell you is that Christophe Clement thinks this horse has some talent, because there's no value in Christophe putting this horse with an overmatched situation to then discourage
and getting him clobbered.
Absolutely not. This horse obviously has some ability.
And yeah, when you come to the turf course, especially on this circuit, you look for Chad Brown, right? And this horse is getting bet into the two Chad Brown runners, and the one is so well bred. The 6 is obviously primed to run a good race.
Follow the money, follow the money. The board telling us Asbury Park 1-2 for Chad Brown. Very live. The first-time starter, English Colt at 8-5. 2-year-olds moving into line. Started the early pick 4 on Alabama Saturday. Frank Miramati standing by post-time. Race 2, Saratoga live on Fox Sports 1.
Sam's Rocket goes in the Frank Fletcher Racing Operations colors. Johnny's Rendezvous. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Policy Change. Davy Crockett is up close in the early stages. And in the center, there goes Sam's Rocket. So Sam's Rocket takes the lead, and Johnny's Rendezvous is up alongside. So those two go on with it. Policy Change, who broke on top, now settles in third. Then it's Jerry's Out. Valuation Metric is 6 lengths off the lead, was just passed by Asbury Park in the green silks. Down on the hedge, Davy Crockett is just now behind the Chad Brown pair. It's another 2 lengths back to Concord Green, who's 15 or so off this new loose leader. The 2 trailers are Hammerhead and Dragoneer. So Sam's Rocket, who was close to the competition earlier, is now 8 lengths in front as they straighten up for the run down the backstretch. Johnny's Rendezvous is in second. Policy Change along the rail in third. Then comes Davy Crockett, who just steadied off horse's heels. Jerry's Out in the blue silks is next. Asbury Park in some traffic. Outside of him comes Valuation Metric. And on the hedge, Concord Green is trying to make a little bit of a move as they move around that far turn. Outside of that pair, Hammerhead with the yellow cap, and still trailing is Dragoneer, 48-3 for the half. Sam's Rocket's lead down to a half. Johnny's Rendezvous in second. Davy Crockett gets some breathing room and starts to accelerate in third. Policy Change is next. They're in the final furlong. Sam's Rocket, Policy Change trying to sneak through. Davy Crockett just keeps on coming with that white blaze, and Davy Crockett is now looking for the lead. Valuation Metric and Concord Green are both getting involved late. Concord Green is handwritten confidently to the front, and it's Concord Green in a good-looking W. Davy Crockett was second. An eye-catching late rally from Dragoneer who ends up with the show dough, and Asbury Park galloped by them all after the wire.
More professional than Big Brother. Concord Green. Wow, the Stuart Janney homebred for Hall of Famer Shug McGaughey, Dylan Davis. His spectacular summer continues. Concord Green at 13-1 strikes in his debut.
That's what's so fun about these races is you get these Hall of Fame trainers, Hall of Fame connections. You get the same Silks that won the Kentucky Derby a few years back with Orb, and you get 13-1 because there's so many talented runners in here.
Yeah, the 6 got green in the stretch, and the 5 was straight as an arrow. And you could see Flavian Pratt was trying to keep the 5 pinned in with a 9. He just didn't have any horse. The 4 Dragoneer rolled up. I'll tell you what, the 1 had a bad trip, but take nothing away from the 5 Concord Green, who just beat the 6 on the wire, just a little bit more professional.
He didn't look like that effort took too much out of him, JK.
No, he comes back. He looks full of himself, proud. He probably knows he just got the win. And look, I mean, this is a good group. I think that this is the kind of group that you'll see one or two of these horses likely to run in a race like the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Race. I don't know who it's going to be. I thought Davy Crockett ran well for a first-time starter, but I feel like there's going to be a couple of greatest stakes winners in this field.
5, 6, 4, 9. Concord Green surging late. Dylan Davis, the best summer by far for the hometown kid, graduate of Saratoga High School, and putting on a clinic this summer. Dylan Davis, Concord Tune. It's been something we've noticed all summer, Paul, winning races. I'm not saying Concord Green was not the best horse. I'm saying that he's been winning races when he's not necessarily on the best horse, Dylan Davis.
He's been phenomenal all meet. His ROI has got to be, return on investment has got to be great. A lot of his horses have been 17-1. Him on an opening day at 40-something to 1. 13-1 today here with Concord Green, and he's making the difference. I think producing this horse last has been the key. When the 6 got green, he was able to produce the 5. And then the 1 with the good pedigree.
What happened?
Came flying way too late. And that could be a horse that maybe needed a start. Was a little green with Irad aboard around the first turn. I don't know if Irad lost his boot around the first turn, but there was something funky going on with the 1. Dropped back, but he came rolling late, and I would wait for him next time. But Concord Green, Shug McGaughey is a Hall of Fame trainer. He's been doing this for a long time. And when they win first time out, they usually improve.
Shug, Campaign the Great Easy Goer. Personal Ensign, the champion, undefeated, 13 for 13. Some of the very best we've seen over the past 3 or so decades. And has a serious prospect on his hands here. The Stuart Janney homebred Concord Green, the Warfront Colt. Dylan Davis, 13-1 in the second at Saratoga. Results, reaction when we come back. Plus, another Hall of Fame trainer, Todd Pletcher, knows all about the Alabama, 4 wins and counting. He'll saddle the favorite, Candied Fields Lone, Grade 1 winner, and her stablemate, Miss Justify, like randomized last year, trying to go from the Wilton to the Alabama winner's circle.
$1 million, did I hear? $1 million, $1 million on a pay, $1,400,000 on a pie, $1,500,000 and $1,600,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half, $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's shareholder to win the Norfolk. Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in here to Saratoga Live on FS1. We are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we just saw a debut winner from Hall of Famer Shug McGahee in Concord Green. And Shug, a horse that was really produced at the right time, and Dylan Davis just riding with perfection.
He did. He rode a great race on him. You know, I thought, you know, he threw his head a little bit at the break, but you know, I told him I thought he would break good, but just let him settle and run his race. And, you know, I wasn't worried when he was back there. I mean, I was just looking for a good race into him, and, you know, he finished up strong.
I remember his half-brother, Scarlet Sky, a really good-looking horse. Talk a little bit about, are there any similarities between the two?
I think so. You know, I mean, their running style sort of the same. He's war fronter, easy to train.
Yeah.
And his Scarlet Sky was by Sky Mesa, well, aren't that easy to train.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, I've always kind of liked this horse. I saw him this winter. You know, I liked him of Stuart Janney's bunch. And when we got him up here, I had him ready to run, and we called it off track, scratched. Then he coughed a little bit, which I had. So so I gave him a little time, and then, you know, it all worked out today.
Really well done. And Shug, you know, given your history in this game, we see, and with the Phipps and Stuart Janney, we just see you train generations of horses. How imperative is that to your training?
Well, I think it is some. You know, the biggest part of it is if, you know, they go one way or the other, I don't get shook up over it, you know, because I know possibly I can bring them back. And so, you know, I mean, I like this horse's mother, Madamu. I think she's going to really, I like arch mares, and I think that she's going to be a really nice brood mare. And, you know, I think that, you know, this is going to be their running style sort of back in the finish, and we'll go from there.
And she was half to Greatest Stakes winner, my impression. That was lovely pedigree. Shug, congratulations here.
Okay, thank you, Maggie.
All right, Shug McGahee, Concord Green, as you said, Lafitte, sporting those iconic silks of Stuart Janney here in the winner's circle at the Spa.
Said it once, said it a million times. I can listen to Shug talk horses all day long. Great stuff with Shug, Maggie. Concord Green, great stuff from him, JK, in the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day.
Absolutely. Like I said, this race feels like one of those races that there's going to be some Greatest Stakes winners that come out of it. So anyone who can get their nose across the wire first has a reason to get excited, and especially in the hands of someone like Shug McGahee, who knows his way around Greatest Stakes.
We haven't had a real clean look, Paul, but as you mentioned, you observed maybe an issue with Arad Ortiz in Asbury Park at some point.
Yeah, if you go back to around the first turn, when Irad Ortiz got to the fence, he tried to get to the fence around the first turn. His right leg came out of the irons, and he had to steady the one. If you go back and look at the trip of the one, he steadied him all the way back to last, and when he got him outside, oh my God, that horse came rolling. But his foot came out of the irons. I was wondering if he hit something, but you can clearly see his right foot came out of the iron.
If we get a good angle, if we have a chance to revisit, we will. What we do want to take a moment to do is revisit the first race. It was back-to-back 2-year-olds to kick off the program, and a name you'll want to remember. JK won't forget the name. Jonathan's Way. In his debut, a poor start. He's wide. He made a few mistakes. You can tell how inexperienced he is. This is his career debut, JK. First day on the job, Jonathan's Way, and he does that to a good crew of 2-year-olds.
I think that's the key against a good group, right? He got shuffled back early. He made a middle move into the race. He was wide all the way around there. And he didn't just get up and win by a head or a nose. He ran away from these horses in here. I thought he was unbelievably impressive.
Yeah, he was. And he beat a good horse in moment's notice who were ready to run a really good race. And he just went by him like he was standing still after that bad break. So obviously, very, very talented horse. And talking to Phil after the race, they're very, very excited, obviously.
Remember his name, Jonathan's Way. Moving forward, we turn the page, race 3 in about 19 minutes as we get closer and closer, marching towards the Alabama on Fox this evening. Paulie, who'd you come up with in this sprint for fillies and mares? Bandita, 3-2 early on, 18 minutes out.
This is such a tough race because if you look at the two horses in here, I don't know about you, JK, the 2 and the 4, you have the 2 Bandita has not run since 2023, 1 race, a 91 buyer. The 4 has not run since December 2023, a 90 buyer. I do not know what to do in this race.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 4, Nick's Style, drawn outside of Bandita, and the trainer change from Ralph Nix to the Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Benedetta, Bandita, have fun with that. Frank Miramati, 18 minutes out, race 3, Saratoga. Meantime, let's go by the numbers. The Alabama, first number 1872, first running. History and tradition. Who was fastest? New York's darling Gopher Wand, 1 1/4 miles, 2 minutes and 4/5. Most wins by an owner. Bel Air Stud, 5 Alabama victories over 3 decades. Most wins by a trainer. Look at that. Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, 8-time Alabama winning trainer. Most wins by a jockey. The number is 5. 3 of the very best. Mike Smith, George Velasquez, and Jerry Bailey. The only mare to complete the Alabama Breeders' Cup Distaff Sweet Royal Delta 2011. Alabama Winners Crown champion. Incredible. 27 crown 3-year-old filly champion. And finally, Alabama winners in the Hall of Fame. The number is 12. Songbird, most recent, with Mike Smith a few years ago. The Alabama by the numbers. And there's the field. Alabama presented by Keeneland Sales. 3-year-old fillies, 1 1/4 miles. Distance is key. Number 7, Candied. 7-5 morning line favorite. Our crew hit the backside. Let's meet the fillies in post position order. Number 1 is Intricate. Her claim to fame, she actually beat Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, but I don't think she's going to beat her again, whether she was in this race or later. She ran well last time. She got 3rd. I still worry that she's probably not quite good enough to win this race.
Number 2, Chitalis. Quick, is she the one to catch?
She is the one to catch. And if you go back to her 2-year-old form, she is a Grade 2 winner. And when she won the Chandelier, her Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly was a nightmare of a trip. I think she might make a good account of herself today.
Speed was good last year, randomized wire to wire. Number 3, Power Squeeze, Delaware Oaks winner.
Yeah, she ran well last time, but that speed figure, was a little bit light compared to some of her other races. I wonder if she's going in the wrong direction despite the win.
Number 4, Just Basking, Iowa Oaks winner, who has won at 1 1/4 miles.
Yeah, one of the 2 fillies that has won at 1 1/4 miles, and go guess it, they're both by the late great Arrowgate, who's got the track record here at 1 1/4 miles.
Number 5, America's Vow, trainer Tim Ham having a solid meet.
Yeah, I would hate to argue with the success that Tim Ham's had so far at the meet, but man, America's Vow feels very, very overmatched here.
Remember what he did with Day Out of the Office, surprised us in the Schuylerville Frazette winner, runner-up Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies, then Miss Justify. Yeah, that randomized path from the Wilton to the Alabama.
She's never really been around 2 turns, and we're going to see what happens today because she's won 2 in a row, and we'll see if she can get the 1 1/4 miles distance.
Pletcher runners will break side by side. There's Candied. Pletcher looking for a 5th Alabama win.
Look, 4 or 5 weeks ago, I tried to convince you and everyone else that Candied was going to beat Torpedo Anna. She didn't do that. But because of that, I feel like I'm contractually obligated to tell you that she's going to handle this group.
It was a national show. You tried to convince about 1 million people that she'd beat Torpedo Anna. Neon Icon to the outside.
I thought an interesting player in here. Rusty Arnold, George Arnold, the trainer in here, usually based in Kentucky. This horse ran in the Indiana Oaks and did not break well. I think she can make a good account of herself.
So that is the field, 8 of them, 1 1/4 miles, and Candied, the only filly with a Grade 1 tally, 7-5 on the morning line for trainer Todd Pletcher. Candied, and here she is, JK, trying to make a run of it at Torpedo Anna. She has had success at the highest level, Candied. All right, so she just can't hang with the best 3-year-old filly on the planet.
Yeah, and I think that that's the important part of this, right? You said she was trying to keep up with the best 3-year-old filly in the country, and I think that her effort to try to win the race probably took quite a bit out of her. If she efforts to win this race today, I don't think she's going to be nearly as discouraged as she was trying to beat Torpedo Anna.
I think the other part, too, is you see Todd Pletcher's Alabama wins with Nest on the top and Malathot with back-to-back years, Princess of Silmar, and Stop Charging Maria. I mean, the thing about Candy that's interesting is she did run her lifetime top 2 races back. So you could say she was chasing Torpedo Anna, and she might have already had some steam taken out of her, so she might be even more ready today because you're chasing that thing around, that horse around. It's pretty difficult chasing Torpedo Anna around the racetrack.
2 of those fillies crowned, Champion, Malathot, and Nest. He also has Miss Justify, does trainer Todd Pletcher, so why can't she do what Randomized did last year, win the Wilton, and go on and find herself in the Alabama winner's circle?
Well, luckily, I'm not going to be on air, so I don't have to get cheeky and say that I think Todd Pletcher is going to win the Alabama. And I'm not telling you who. I just think Todd Pletcher's going to win the Alabama.
And that blanket that'll be draped over the winner's withers for every Grade 1 race at Saratoga. A garland, the blanket, all part of the tradition, the prestige of the most important 3-year-old filly race every summer at Saratoga, the Alabama, this evening on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins in about an hour and a half. You don't have to wait that long for the third race, just 13 minutes out. Filly Mare Sprinters, 7 deep. Bandita, 8-5. Over to Maggie with this race 3. Paddock Report. Maggie.
Yeah, we have 2 fillies coming back off of extended layoffs at Lafitte, both of which are awfully quick. And we'll start with your favorite Bandita for the Todd Pletcher barn. And look, she won at first asking, going the 7-8, easily bounced out of the gate and led them on a merry chase, dazzling with her movement and her professionalism. And that's the same type of vibe I'm picking up here. But I don't know if she necessarily gets to control like she did in that debut. I feel like there's another quick horse in here that I'll get to in a moment, as she's built to handle this 6 furlong distance. I don't have a problem with it because she's very athletic and just kind of a horse that her physical frame lends itself to kind of any distance, to be fair. Very classy acting. There's a lot of things. I could go on and on about the superlatives of Bandita in here. I just worry about tactics. She breaks more towards the inside of a horse that I think might be a little quicker than her. In number 4, Nick Style for Bill Mott, who also comes off of a layoff, as she actually was previously trained by a former assistant to Bill Mott in Ralph Nix, who has since retired from training. But Nick Style comes back in here looking incredibly fit, and she does not look like she's been off since December, and she's just a bit spicy too. She's pretty sharp. She's built downhill. She looks as though she should be quicker than most of these in here. Both of these fillies actually working very well for this comeback race. So, and I know that Nick Style on Byers ran a tick slower. On other metrics, she ran a tick faster. So we'll see who gains supremacy here today. Lafitte.
Nick Style on the comeback. What will she do? Rest versus rust. We'll find out. Well supported, 5-2, but that's the favorite. Bandita. What could be a big afternoon for Todd Pletcher later, trying for a 5th Alabama. First things first, see what Bandita does in the 3rd at the spot.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Hey race fans, I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Nick Koser. This is your Fox Weather Risk of Weather Impact Report for Saratoga Live. Let's go through the forecast for races at Saratoga Racecourse, most notably the Grade 2 Lake Placid Stakes at 5:04 and the Grade 1 Alabama Stakes at 5:43. For anything going on before those, we're going to keep the clouds around. Temps will be hovering around 75 degrees or so. Right around then 5 o'clock when the Lake Placid Stakes gets going. Temps at 76. We'll keep the clouds going. And for the Grade 1 Alabama Stakes later in the hour, probably closer to 75 degrees. The good news is you won't have to worry about applying a ton of sunscreen, and you can probably leave the shades at home. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, check us out at foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Thanks so much. Sunsplash Saratoga Racecourse for about the last 15 minutes. This will work just fine. And a dry Alabama Saturday, fingers crossed, between now and 6 o'clock. Big crowd on hand for one of the biggest days every summer at the Spa. Alabama, most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies of the meet. And we're getting closer. But first things first, riders up. As you can see, there's Junior Alvarado, captured the Whitney a couple of weeks ago. Arthur's Ride. Good filly and mare sprint here, allowance, and we kick things off with Benedetta, a second start for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, once upon a time had some early speed, drawn to the inside, get Flavian Pratt. Maybe they'll pop away from there and try to wire this field.
Bandita with Arad Ortiz.
Seems like she's been waiting for this, huh? Nice and composed in the paddock.
Belle of the Ball, 10th start in New York, Saratoga debut.
Yeah, I mean, last time she won was 3 back, and that race just wasn't nearly as fast as I think she'll need to run here today to beat these horses.
Nick Style, lightly raced, undefeated, 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, she's on her toes, too. I would think she's going to blast out of there with Junior Alvarado aboard with a big 90 buyer last time out.
Number 5, Girls Weekend, representing speed.
Another one that could be a part of the pace situation here, drawn outside of the inside horse I thought might go.
Killy Start, claim from Gary Contessa by Fernando Abreu.
Yeah, this is a horse that if the pace really heats up, look for this horse late in the race.
Flying Peace Stables, Stop Giggling, trainer Bruce Levine, terrific summer for both.
Yes, horse ran well last time, but it was a jump up and a number that kind of came out of nowhere. I don't quite trust it.
Filly and mare sprinters ready to crank it up. The third of 12 on Alabama Day in 6 minutes. Earlier today, a trainer autograph session to raise money for the Lustgarten Foundation, honoring the legacy of longtime trainer Dominic Galluccio. Extremely popular Galluccio, who passed away in 2014 following a battle with pancreatic cancer. Over to Maggie with more.
Thanks, Lafitte. And here with former trainer Gary Gullo and a best friend to Dominic Galluccio. And Gary, wow, it's hard to believe it's been 10 years since we lost Dominic.
Yeah, it's when I didn't realize it until maybe like a month ago or something. I'm like, 10 years is, you know, I add 10 years onto my life. I'm saying, uh-oh, you know, but it's been, you know, it's kind of been a long road. It's, you know, with him, just these days are tough, you know, for me anyway.
Rightfully so, but you have done such a great job along with his family and the Lustgarten Foundation to keep his memory alive and to further research to pancreatic cancer. Talk a little bit about, you know, that journey that you've been on and keeping this going and honoring him on this Lustgarten Day.
Yeah, you know, Lustgarten is a great foundation. 100% of the money goes right to the cause. It's not like it goes to administration or anything. If you donate $10, it's $10 goes to you know, early detection. So, you know, and I lost my friend Ray also, and I lost another friend of mine, Frank Belavia, who's an owner from pancreatic cancer. So, you know, this is coming up more and more, and just we just, you know, if we could do our part and try to, you know, slow it down a little bit, you know, that's, you know, that would be great.
How was the trainer sighting today? Looked like you had a great turnout.
You know, we had a great turnout with trainers. They really came. You know, and they're very busy, and, you know, and I understand it, but, you know, these guys come out, you know, and you have all your top trainers, all trainers, different type of trainers, and it was nice to see the people getting autographs, and, you know, and it was busy there, so I think it was, you know, just a great thing to see. You know, it's finally coming together. You know, trainers really actually come together.
It was great to see. I think they were shoulder to shoulder there at the autograph table. Well, Gary, thank you for all you do and for joining us here today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Gary Gallo, as he said, if you can donate to the Les Garten Foundation, make sure you do, as pancreatic cancer is such an aggressive form of cancer, Lafitte, and all the research that we can provide people is imperative.
Life-changing, such an important cause. Dominic Lucio, so well respected, so well liked. Purple was his color. You see a lot of purple today at Saratoga, and significant for all of this to be a part of such a big day of racing, a big day every summer at Saratoga, Alabama Stakes Saturday.
I mean, it's a tremendous cause. It's near and dear to my heart as we look to the two. I mean, my mother passed away of ovarian cancer. I had an uncle pass away of pancreatic cancer. Yeah, it's an unbelievable foundation, and I can't believe Dominic's been gone for 10 years.
10 years since he passed, but still on this day, and to see so much purple out at Saratoga in his honor. As the warm-up continues for this third race, 2 minutes out, you're looking at Bandita for trainer Todd Pletcher, the favorite, 3-2. This was her debut like a year and a half ago, right? Gulfstream Park, she was favored, JK, Bandita, and this is the definition of running your competition off their feet.
No, she was outstanding, and this was in January of her 3-year-old year, and then obviously something went wrong. She had, I would assume, a safe assumption, there was some sort of an injury, and she got a lot of time off, and Todd Pletcher and Bass Stables has allowed her to come back, and it seems she's been working pretty consistently since looks like June. So she's got a nice foundation underneath her, and we'll see if she can run back to that. She obviously showed a lot of promise as a young horse.
Oh, she did. I mean, in the 4-2 as well, Nick Style. When you look at her, she's 2 for 2 lifetime. She's got one race in May of 2022. Kind of the same scenario, right? She comes back in December of 2023 and crushes another field. Now she's a 4-year-old, and we'll show you that race. She kind of did the same thing that Bandita did. She just kind of ran away from this group.
Come and catch me if you can, and they couldn't. She wins by double digits.
And the thing about it is with both of these horses, Bandita and the 4 Nick Style, is you have to answer the question about whether or not they're going to be ready off the break. The good news is there's 2 Hall of Fame trainers that are trying to get them back to the races. It should give you a little bit more of a comforting feeling knowing it's those 2, not some 4% trainer who knows how they got the horse. And it's 2 guys that are going to send over great representations of their barns, their staffs, and what they stand for. And I would expect both of them to run well.
The question is, will one take how much starch will he take out of the other? That's something to watch early on as they approach the starting gate. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, I do think Nick Style is going to be quickest, but who knows when the gate opens. And plus, she's a better price slightly. So that's why I took her, but both these fillies demand respect and both look ready for these comebacks. Let's talk about number 1, Benedetta for Steve Asmussen. First start for the barn off of a layoff last time, contested a fast pace from the inside. The winner, Fibber, came back and won the Audubon Oaks with a 94. This filly's very fit. I don't know what she looked like for that first start off the bench, but I can guarantee you she's a lot more well prepared fitness-wise today. It's just how good is she against some serious foes. And then a horse that I just caught my eye is number 6, Killy Start. She's gonna have to get faster, but she had a horrible trip last time out for the 25. She was stuck down on the rail. She tried to get through. Joel Rosario just could not do it. He hopefully has learned a bit from her. Now getting back on her for the new connections. She looks sensational. If anything, she's putting on a bit of weight and conditioning heading into this start today. Lafitte?
10-1, Maggie. Killy Start. Joel Rosario piloted the winner in the opener. Impressive Jonathan's Way, seeking a second on the afternoon. Rosario, newly minted Hall of Famer. Final thoughts?
I like the 2. I mean, I just find it hard, like JK said, the 2 or the 4, one of them not firing, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but I think, like I said, I think they're both going to show up. The 2's drawn towards the inside. The 4 has a more advantageous draw being outside of that one, so it doesn't have to worry about if the pace duel can sit off of Bandita if necessary.
Filing into the gate, all set for the 3rd from Saratoga on Alabama Stakes Saturday, live on Fox Sports 1. Here's Frank Miramati.
Stop Giggling will be the last one to load. She's right up to the gate. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bandita was not off quickly. Nick Style, on the other hand, broke like a rocket and takes command at once. Girls Weekend comes away in second. Benedetta along the rail in third. Stop Giggling is fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Bandita will face a tough task from the back of the field. She has 5 lengths to make up, hemmed in along the fence. Bell of the ball right next to her. Killy Start 3 wide and last. The opening quarter clicked off in 22 and 3/5 seconds. So it's Nick Style, the controlling speed, has it 3/4 of a length. Girls Weekend pressing the issue in second. Stop Giggling 3 deep in third. They're followed by Killy Start, who's made it up to 4th, just 3 lengths off the lead. Benedetta is next, racing 3 clear of Bandita, and a long way to Bell of the Ball. They're at the top of the stretch. Nick Style clinging to the lead, tested by Girls Weekend, who's a length back second, but Nick Style lets it out a notch and opens up 3 inside the final 1/8 of a mile, and she is flying through the stretch. An impressive comeback performance for Nick Style, streaking home to win it by 5 lengths. Heads bobbing up and down for second, either Benedetta or Girls Weekend.
She doesn't run often, but when she does, she absolutely brings it. Nick Style, 3 for 3, 3 daylight wins, strikes for Junior Alvarado and Belmont.
That was pretty impressive. And here's the thing I'll say. This horse ran such a fast number back when she was a 3-year-old. Based on what she just did there, the way they kind of ran at her here, the 5 Girls Weekend looked like it was going to be a little bit of a competition, and then the 4 Nick Style just kicked away from there. I'll be very curious to see what the Beyer speed figure comes back here. Speed figures, like a quarterback rating in football, the higher the better. This could be what graded stakes are we going to go to next type of a performance.
I'm with you. I mean, listen, the 2 did not break, and the race was over, but she was sharp. This is 3 wins where you now off all layoffs. Imagine if she puts a couple races together. There's the Hall of Famer Belmont that got her ready, and my goodness, she was very good. And I'm with JK. This Beyer could be anywhere, that speed figure. She ran under 110. That's very fast today.
4-5-1-7 Girls Weekend, completing the exact at 19-1. You saw Bill Mott, the Whitney win, his first a couple of weeks ago. Arthur's Ride, 3 Alabama wins, no Alabama runner today. And the question is going to be, as you take another look deep stretch, Nick Style, the talent is obviously there. Can she stay in training consistently? She debuts in May of 22. She doesn't come back till December of 23. Now in August of 24. Can Mott keep her in training?
Well, I think so, Lafita. If you look at her workout tab, she's been working almost every week since May 24th. So now she's been sound for, what's the math on that, 3.5 months?
3.5 months, yeah.
She's trending in the right direction. We'll see how she comes out of this race, but I tell you one thing she's not short on, and that's talent. It's undefeated. Nick Style was very impressive in this race.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is she was $25,000 purchase. And we've been seeing this a lot at this meet. Cheaper purchases have been winning big races, and she's got a ton of talent, and she showed it off today. I mean, to be 3 for 3 lifetime, spaced out between 3 years, is pretty incredible.
And how much would you say she won that by?
A good 7 or 8, I would
6,
think.
7, 8.
The 5 ran a good effort to hold on for second.
No one's ever been close to this horse. No one's been close.
6 1/4 in her debut, 10-length victory in her second start, and that blowout. Nick Style, onward and upward, 4-5-1-7. Alvarado Mott at it again. In a no doubt about it performance, Nick Style in race 3. And when we return, Alabama, not the only stakes race for 3-year-old fillies. Lake Placid highlights the undercard, about 105 miles north of Saratoga Springs. Not a bad spot for a monumental, historic, impossible Olympic upset.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere Gator XUV 835M.
not because of the spacious cargo box.
We're always picking up rocks out in the field, and the hydraulic bed has been really nice.
Or because it can tackle any terrain.
It can handle anything.
Not even because it tows up to 4,000 pounds.
We can pull things around easily.
You just have to get in the seat, because something about being this productive just makes you smile.
It's made life a lot easier.
Learn more at johndeere.com/getintheseat.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Hillendale, Adelapa. Yeah, we still believe in miracles. One of the greatest calls all time, Al Michaels. One of the greatest upsets in sports all time, the U.S. defeating the Soviets at the 1980 Winter Olympics at Lake Placid. Race 3, not an upset. Nick Style, trained by Bill Mott, ridden by Junior Alvarado with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Sorry, Junior. Yeah, he was just telling me, Bill, let me ride her in the afternoons. As Nick Style, he was mentioning a little quirky in the mornings, but whoa, was she professional out on the track today, Junior?
Yeah, she was, she was standing today. She broke very well today, and she took me to the lead, and I pretty much was just sitting a long way there with her, and I mean, when I asked her turning for home, she got another gear, and she kept on at the end. Pretty impressive.
I know she only runs by appointment only, but you've actually been aboard her for all 3 starts. Any difference that I mean, I know she won under wraps last time by 10+, but today, it looked even better.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was, to me, it's a question mark because now we're in Saratoga. It's a different kind of horses here at Saratoga, more talent horses. And, coming from a layoff, this track, can take a toll on you sometimes if you're not extremely fit. But, Mr. Mo's in the Hall of Fame for something. So, he had it ready for me.
And 2, as you said, everybody kind of ranged up outside of you, everybody, asking their horses, but you were pretty chilly there down on the rail.
Yeah, she was traveling well. She was taking me in there nice, and I can hear everybody kind of like riding already, and I'm like, should I go, should I not go, should I go, should I not go? I know she's traveling well at this point, so I'm still like, I want to try to save a little bit more just because I know she's coming from a layoff. I don't want to be late at the end, but, she was just probably much best today.
She was awesome. Well done, you.
Thank you.
All right, Junior Alvarado aboard Nick's Style Florida bred. We're getting a lot of range of where horses have been bred winning on this card today, Lafitte.
Ohio bred 2-year-old earlier Jonathan's way, Florida bred Nick Style, and can't wait to see what she can do if she can string a few races together.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll see what the number comes back, but when you have an undefeated horse around one turn sprinting like this, and you're in the hands of Bill Mott, and you're running high 90 type buyers, you can start thinking and hoping for a nice race in the fall, maybe the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
Something like
She's
that.
got to keep going the right direction. She's got to stay healthy. We'll see what the number comes back, but I was very impressed visually.
Yeah, I mean, when you've trounced your competition by a total of 30 lengths and 3 starts, you're pretty talented. It's just a matter if she can stay healthy. And like we were talking about, she's a $25,000 daughter of uncaptured Florida bred. So pretty good purchase.
Some impressive performances thus far. They're the two-year-olds, and now that filly for trainer Bill Mott, Nick Style. And up next, in front of this big crowd, $40,000 claimers in the 4th 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Fillies and mares 3 and up. Paul, what'd you come up with here?
You know, I thought this race was obviously a difficult race. I thought the money would go to the 5 Hugh in here for Brad Cox, who's tried to get this horse on the turf twice, and she's run well, and she broke her maiden over the dirt. Now she's going to go back on the turf. I do like the 3 River Tay cutting back in distance.
I'm going to go to the outside, the 10 Peak Earnings, who I thought was interesting for Chad Brown. Ran well enough down at Monmouth, and you get Irad Ortiz. A little bit of a rider change. No offense, but it's a rider change.
DQ'd in the race yesterday, came back 25 minutes later, won the nightcap. Did Johnny V, the most successful jockey in the history of Saratoga. That's race 4 in about 20 minutes. We mentioned the 2 stakes races, 3-year-old fillies in the Alabama, 3-year-old fillies in the Lake Placid. Paul, site of one of the greatest upsets in sports history.
Yeah, it really is. And such a beautiful place. I mean, look at that. That's just a postcard right there. And a movie followed behind that as well.
Miracle on Ice was very nice there. I think the more important thing that happened there was I did have my 40th birthday at Lake Placid.
That would eclipse the USPD Sylvia's in 80. I would agree. Lake Placid presented by Caesars Sports Book. 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th. $200,000 purse field and updated odds. Number 7, She Feels Pretty, is 2-1. Talented filly. In her most recent, the Belmont Oaks, she's an odds-on favorite. The distance perhaps a little too far. She finds herself in a real dogfight and eventually run down.
I thought she ran well. I do think she wants to run a little bit shorter. I think her performances around a mile show who she really is. I think her class is why she was as close as she was here, going a mile and 3/16. I think she's going to be extremely tough today if she can work out a trip.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, sometimes Sagesta on the inside just stung her, right? And she was really unlucky to lose second, but it took her so much to get by Sagesta, and she couldn't get by. It was somebody ripe to come right by her, but I think this is a better distance for her, and she's going to be really tough to beat. Her conditioner, Cherie DeVoe, has been on a roll here as well.
Some serious grass runners in DeVoe's stable. She Feels Pretty, the 2-1 favorite in the Lake Placid right before the Alabama. And then dynamic pricing at Churchill Downs on the undercard of the Oaks in the Edgewood, JK. And dynamic pricing, just a relentless run to finally run down the leaders here.
Yeah, she did. You know, I thought that she got a little pace to close into. And what I mean by that is the horses in front of her were running. So when they turned for home, they were a little bit tired. She had some energy left. So I thought she got a nice little setup for her in this race. I don't want to take anything away from her, but a lot of times you want to understand how good a performance is. And I think this one was good, but not great.
Kind of grinding away. Now, that course was yielding that day, which will probably play the same as here.
That's key.
That was key. And then, you know, the last race here at Aqueduct, the horse had no chance from the start, had an awkward beginning. So I do give this horse a little bit of a look today, but then you get an outside post again. But you do get Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard, who knows how to save ground.
Always helpful. The leading rider here at Saratoga, back for the first day, back from that suspension 3 days missed earlier in the week. That's the Lake Placid 3-year-old fillies. And, of course, the main event on Fox, the Alabama, and this feature about Just Basking and her owners, Andrew Schwartz and Wendy Schwartz Glider. Their story, a preview before the feature during the Fox broadcast this evening from Saratoga.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attacks. Rushy By My Standards to the wire.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
We want to be able to get into the graded stakes arena, but at a budget. Not exactly the greatest combination. So we can't just go out and buy, the horse who's going to win the Alabama this year. So we sat down and we said, well, let's really go for physical. I mean, we're a small operation. We never want more than 10 mares. We have 4 right now. Just Basking's mare, which is Spanish Star. She was enfoaled to Narrowgate. Probably the prettiest horse I've ever seen come up for auction, but never been to the racetrack. So that was the strategy, and so far it's obviously paid off.
That shot at Just Basking as a foal. Smaller operation, Andrew Schwartz, Wendy Schwartz glider, and their opportunity as a smaller operation to succeed on one of the biggest stages in the sport every summer at Saratoga, the Alabama, this evening on Fox. You watch 38 seconds and already you have a rooting interest. Should they pull off the upset, and how exciting that would be for them.
It's what I love about this game. You can have the operations that have one horse. You can have kings, queens, billionaires, and everything in between. And when they break away from that gate, none of it matters. Anybody can win.
Let's see what the trainer thinks. Ian Wilkes on Just Basking's chances in the Alabama.
She's pretty laid back, she was a little ornery to ride as a 2-year-old, but 3-year-old, she's a different kettle of fish. She's very laid back, easy going. I can get a strong 1.25 and the filly is trained really good. It's a case of, am I good enough? That's what we got to find out.
Just Basking sweeps on by to take over the lead.
Filly did everything right. Handled things good, handled the pressure, did it good, won with some authority, so I was very pleased. Piece of cake. She's a lamb to travel. She's been great.
This will be something that Maggie and Acacia will keep an eye on, but she is supposedly tiny, like megahertz pocket rocket tiny, and she's won at 1.25 miles. Just Basking. I mean, she's by Arrowgate. You wouldn't think she'd be that small, but she isn't. Here she is, Paul, in her Iowa Oaks victory, putting this field to rest.
Yeah, but Chris Landeros aboard, who is Ian Wilkes' son-in-law, so it's a very good combination. Ian Wilkes is a very sharp trainer. He had a filly named Miss Yearwood that was very good, that can go 1.25 miles. And a lot of people forget he did win the Breeders' Cup Classic with Fort Larned, so he knows how to get a horse to go a distance to ground. And this little horse by Arrowgate likes to go 1.25 miles, and I think Ian hit the nail on the head. Is she just going to be good enough?
Little horse, little operation. How can you not pull for her?
She might be little, but like Paul mentioned, she has one to go to 1.25 miles, and her daddy, Arrowgate, ran the fastest 1.25 miles ever on that racetrack over there. So I think she does absolutely have a chance as the kind of the David versus Goliath feel.
Just another layer to the Alabama story as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by in the paddock, gearing up for this fourth race and this fourth race paddock report. Acacia.
And Lafitte, there are a few horses in here that are trying the turf for the first time, and that does include your current favorite, though Brad Cox has tried to get her on the grass in both of her starts, talking about the number 5, Hugh, who is a horse who has plenty of pedigree to suggest that the turf should be her preferred surface, even though she did win last time out on the main track in that off the turf race. Now, she's out of a multiple graded stakes winner who's, though she was just her one win was on the grass. She finished in the money 5 more times and was also a good synthetic runner as well. Neither of their foals were turf winners, so interestingly enough. But looking at her in here, comes off the back of that victory, and it is interesting. You always wonder with barns when a horse runs well in an off the turf race if they're going to continue still trying to get her on the grass, and that's what they do with her in here. She's compact, she's smaller, she definitely looks like an out-and-out sprinter if nothing else, and she's definitely much more slacker in her pass turns, typical of a horse that would prefer the turf. She's pretty laid back here in the paddock, though. Just hanging out in the saddling stall, seems totally unfazed by everything. But I do think that she'll appreciate getting to this surface. She looks very strong coming in off the back of that victory and her third out effort. The number 1, Beach Cruiser's taking a big drop in class for the first time and comes out of significantly tougher competition, though she just never really took that step forward from 2 to 3. She came in here with a training saddle on, cotton in her ears, accompanied by the pony, just every single step possible to try and keep her calm. I've always thought turf sprinting is exactly what she wants, and maybe just softer competition will help her to do just that. Now that they've gotten the tack on her, she has not been doing anything badly. She's kind of keeping that energy beneath the surface, but interestingly enough, she definitely much more favors her sire, Catalina Cruiser, though she is the half-sister to multiple New York bred stakes winner Silver Skillet, who favors her sire, Liam Smapp, much more. So there's pedigree for her to suggest that she should be able to handle, but can she get the kind of trip that she needs and show that she has that ability? Maybe the class drop will help her to do exactly that. The number 10, Fort Chad Brown and Peak Earnings, also takes a big drop in class. I thought last time out she just didn't look comfortable early on, and they kind of have that shoot at Monmouth where she really kind of shuffled a little bit and just, again, never really looked comfortable throughout the running of the race. This is my first time laying eyes on her, but she too, again, big drop in class, has been facing Open Company in Allowance Company recently. Very leanly muscled type of build, very feminine in the way that she's put together. But I certainly think that this could be the right spot for her. I understand why she was going longer. That's kind of what she looks more like, but maybe sprinting will help her to get the right kind of trip. And again, with that class drop, Lafitte, she could find herself in the right spot.
Softer Company, English filly, another Tattersall's purchase overseas for Chad Brown, owner Seth Klarman and Arad Ortiz. Leading rider, leading trainer, Chad Brown. And it is Mike Maker hanging around, but still some separation, J.K. Brown with a 6-win lead winding down week 6 Alabama week.
Yeah, you know, it looks close, but Chad's numbers in terms of how many horses he'll run compared to Mike Maker, I think will make it hard for Mike to kind of close that gap of 6. But while the trainer race might be a foregone conclusion, the jockey race is a little bit more interesting, I feel like.
Gaff, Leon, and Pratt hanging around.
Well, Irad Ortiz Jr. has just been the king, right? So when you're like only 5 away from him right now, it feels like you're playing against the 61 Yankees, and you're only like 2 games out right now. You know what I mean? It just seems like Irad has dominated so much. Someone who would be within 5 wins of him right now, they do have a shot.
I believe this is day 25. Arad has missed 4 days. He was at Monmouth Haskell Day, 3-day suspension, and still some separation, just to lend perspective to how well he has done riding less horses than he normally would have this point of the meet.
But that just shows you how dominant he's been before. Like
sure.
I mean, last year he was like 15, 17
player
this time.
It was over. And for Chad Brown, finally getting that first win in a 4-star Dave, right? Last week, it had been a few years, 0 for 15. And the Travers a week from today for Chad Brown. And Sierra Leone, there's Brown in the glasses there next to Rod Ortiz. Sierra Leone, the star-crossed, talented, deep closer, and unmatched wisdom, undefeated, stepping up against the big boys. He gets that first four-star Dave win. Maybe this is the summer. The Mechanicville native knocks down that first Travers.
Yeah, I mean, look, he knocked down his first four-star Dave. Why not go ahead and grab a Travers as well? And I think Sierra Leone is sitting on his best opportunity, in my opinion. I know that it seemed like last time in the Jim Dandy, but there was no one really in that race to give Fierceness any trouble. That won't be the case in the DraftKings Travers, whether it be Torpedo Anna or Dornick or Unmatched Wisdom or Fierceness. Those four horses are going to give each other's fits on the forward part of that race, which could set up very nicely for Sierra Leone. There's not going to just be one horse running at Fierceness or one horse running at Sierra Leone, or Torpedo Anna, or one horse at Dornick. There's going to be a wave of horses early in that race that could set it up for Chad Brown and Sierra Leone to get his first Travers.
Waves and waves of fans here, Alabama Day, awaiting a post parade. Lots for Dylan Davis to smile about this summer. The canoe and those Arcangelo colors. For another week plus, history made last year. Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer to saddle a Triple Crown race winner. Will we see history again? Torpedo Anna trying to become the first Travers winner since 1915. It's post time for the Travers. Guys, who's favored?
Torpedo Anna. Souvenir tickets
Really?
You cannot forget about souvenir tickets.
Paul?
I think Fierceness. If everything goes right, yeah.
What a story. Next Saturday, the Travers. Today, the Alabama. And this post parade for the 4th. We start with Beach Cruiser and another look at Dylan Davis.
Yeah, Beach Cruiser in here for a tag for the first time. Going to have to work out a trip, but Dylan's been doing that of late.
Yeah, he has. Valentine Gift, Javier Castellano, or Sire, Bellamy Road.
Inside to outside, or outside to inside, this horse has gotten bad posts. 16-1's too high on the 2.
River Tay, Ricardo Santana.
Just a little bit light on numbers. That debut was fast for Wesley Ward. Hasn't run a number as fast since.
Miss Bourbon, turf debut.
Yeah, for Tom Morley here and Flavian Pratt. And you're not going to see Flavian at 17-1 that much.
No. Number 5, Hugh, graduated opening weekend.
The daughter of Sunset Glow. Sunset Glow, the filly that tricked me into thinking I could beat Lady Eli in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf.
She did it on purpose, too. Empire's Princess, 1 for 10 coming in.
Yeah, and the lone win was via disqualification. I can't see this horse winning.
6-pack Senorita, Luis Saez, Rudy Rodriguez, both heating up.
Yeah, looking to get on the grass for the first time. This daughter of Practical Joke is going to have to get a little bit faster.
Peak earnings, class drop, powerhouse connections.
Yeah, ran at Monmouth Park last time, got steadied right out of the break, so better break today as a major player.
Play Free Bird and Junior Alvarado looking for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, has a little tactical speed from that outside post. Will need to use it to try to save some ground.
Boss of all, like Play Free Bird, draws in.
Yeah, and a horse that ran really well at this level. Then Linda Rice, the trainer, jumped a level and now back to where they were. And probably a player here with Kendrick Carmouche, who's a jockey that likes to put his horses forward.
Field parading in front of this big crowd. 3 minutes out, race 4 in invite. A reminder, offer still stands. Get signed up. Get involved, NyraBets.com. That promo code SPA250. Activate it and earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit at any track. Anywhere, anytime. Join now at NyraBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Fans on hand for one of the biggest days of the summer, Alabama Saturday. Grade 1 event on Fox. Coverage begins 3 Eastern, just under an hour. You'll see this 4th race here on Fox Sports 1. You're looking at Hugh, and this was her debut win. Opening weekend, Paul. Right here, same distance, but on the main track, stalks the leaders and accelerates in deep stretch.
Yeah, so she's run twice. Both races were taken off the turf. Now, she didn't run well first time out in the main special weight. This is what she did in her next start for main 50. After this win, I kind of thought she'd end up in a starter allowance, Jonathan. She ends up back for the 40. Does that worry you going back to the turf?
I think it's just realistic, right? I think last time they realized, let's try her for maiden 50. When you have connections like Bob LaPinta, Madicat Stables, they're looking for stakes types. And I think that that's a great transition to talk a little bit about the 10 as well. I remember last week, Lafitte, your favorite horse and training, proprietary trade was running.
Man.
And
give me a heads up when he's running again so I can take the day off.
It's hard for you to say it. It's hard for me to say it as well. I had to think about it. I've been working on it all night. But Chad in that post-race interview said that him and Klarovich Stables together are in the business of trading horses. They want to buy horses from sales to develop into graded stakes types. And then they want to be realistic with horses that aren't going to be those types. And they're looking to move them out of their barn, put them where they can win, get money off of the table, and then take that money to go and buy other horses that are supposed to be running in races like the Lake Placid and the Alabama. And so when Chad and Klarovich drop horses, I look at it differently than other operations.
We check in with Acacia.
I think that is an important way to look at it, because for certain barns, when you drop a horse in class, it's not necessarily that you're totally giving up on them. They certainly can still be very useful horses moving forward. It's just that you want to make some space for quality in the barn. Now, taking a look at the 3 River Tay, I know Paul mentioned this horse. I really like her in here, and I wanted to watch her warm up because she gets a chance to get back on the grass, and it is going short. Now, she started out, yes, that first sprint with previous connections, and she went quickly sprinting, but she is a big filly, so I can understand why they were running her longer, but sometimes there just are outliers. Now, 2 races back, I think it was just a race to get her one off the layoff. Everything about her looks turf, and then last time out the race came off and she was a distant second. This is the surface that she wants. She's carrying great flesh. Her coat looks tremendous. I just think this is the right spot for her, and she had a lovely warm-up under Ricardo Santana. Linda Rice's number 12 in Boss of All does draw in. Now, it's a very tough post sprinting on the turf, but you look at that race 2 starts back when she was in off of a big layoff, and I thought just didn't look fit that day, and she ran very, very well last time out against tougher competition. And once again, they're dropping. Linda Rice, a very crafty trainer that puts horses in logical spots. Unfortunately, given the fact that she wasn't in the body of the race, now that she draws in, she has to break from the far outside. But third off that layoff, she's definitely the fittest. She has some ability. Can Kendrick Carmouche work out a trip from that post? But there's a quick look at the 11 Play Freebird feet. And I just have a question for Jonathan. Did you finally listen to the song?
Absolutely not, Acacia. I whenever Andy or anyone starts yelling at me about movies I haven't seen or music I haven't listened to by people that have full names, I don't listen to music of people that have full names. It's got to be like some, Jay-Z or...
You need like a Leonard Skinner themed JK shirt is what you need, especially on this day. You've heard of Sweet Home Alabama, right?
I have heard of Sweet Home
Alabama.
Alabama.
So you like Devo and Whip It, like that kind of bands. Devo, one word.
There
name.
will be no
Yes.
Devo bashing on this show.
Okay.
No Devo bashing. Sweet Home Alabama, indeed. This evening on Fox, Saratoga's most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies, presented by Keeneland Sales. All set, filing in for the 4th. On this gorgeous Saturday afternoon, we hand things over to Frank Mirmati, post-time race 4 from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 1.
Play Freebird just went in. Hugh will be second to last. Hugh goes in the Lepenta Silks. Boss of All to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Valentine Gift off a step slow, but rushes right into contention. Hugh is flashing good early speed. Beach Cruiser along the inside is up close, and Peak Earnings is up to take the lead. So it's Peak Earnings and Hugh head and head for the front. Beach Cruiser, Boss of All, is racing on the extreme outside. Valentine Gift in between those two. Six-Pack Senorita, Play Freebird is next. Steadying behind horses was River Tay toward the back of the field. The 2 trailers, Miss Bourbon and Empire's Princess, 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile, and they're coming toward the top of the stretch. It's Peak Earnings and Boss of All doing battle on the front end. Those two stride for stride with a quarter of a mile to go. Hugh is along the inside trying to slip through a narrow opening in the center of the course comes Play Freebird. They're in the final furlong, and it is Boss of All opening up. Has a 3-length lead over Hugh, a wall of horses chasing in behind, including Miss Bourbon, who's on the scene late. It will be Boss of All, a decisive score. Boss of All wins it by 4. Hugh was second. Miss Bourbon up for third in front of River Tay.
You know how fast she ran, JK? I got a hamstring cramp watching her. Boss of All, the 12 at 6-1 in the 4th at Saratoga.
Yeah, from the far outside post, too. Kendrick worked some magic there, Paulie. It's not easy to win in a turf sprint from way out there.
Yeah, we talked about this horse was at this level 2 starts ago, and she just missed. Today, she was making no bounds about it that she was going to get the W. She crushed this field. And the 5 was Feudal Chase, I thought ran well, and this big clump of horse looked like the 4 at 30-1 rounded out your triple, but no doubt about your winner here. And you get 6-1 on Boss of All.
Second and third place finishers claimed, numbers 5 and 4, I'm told. 5 and 4, Hugh. 5, Hugh, Miss Bourbon claimed. The winner here, 5-10. 5 and 10 claimed out of this 4th race. Boss of All, the boss in this one, drawing in. And okay, so 6-1, but so often, JK, these horses ignored when they draw in off the also eligible list.
I know it seems silly, but I'm telling you, I think they just get forgotten. I think sometimes people handicap the night before, and I think that most people mentally block out also eligibles, thinking they're probably not going to get in. And I think sometimes you just miss it. I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes they're on that last page of the form and people just miss these horses. They always tend to drift a little bit. And then I think that the intelligent way to look at it is they also get dismissed to a certain extent because of where they've drawn. It reminds me of Golden Pal, right, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint from the 14 hole. Hit it a bomb, who won the Juvenile Turf from the 14 hole. I think they get ignored when they draw way out there.
Boss of All.
Yeah, I mean, he makes a very good point, and it just seemed like, but sometimes horses like this, when they draw the outside, we're all guilty of it. Listen, whoever's been playing horses for 40 years, we've all missed that horse on the other side of the page. We've missed it before, the also eligible. That's why you got to pay attention. And this horse was a major player just off the race 2 back.
Something tells me Kendrick Carmouche won't be humming Sweet Home Alabama. Louisiana native. Guiding home Boss of All, 12, 5, 4, 3, 6-1 in the 4th at Saratoga. And when we return, the big filly, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country, a week out from the Travers. Torpedo Anna stretching her legs this morning as the countdown continues to the DraftKings Travers next week from Saratoga on Fox.
Volatile, winner of the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, is the sire of 2 promising first-crop 2-year-olds. In Saratoga Maiden special weight winner, Reliable Source, who will make her start next in the Grade 1 Spinaway.
And scores by 2.5.
And first out winner, Incentive Pay, a $315,000 yearling, who will make his next start in the Grade 1 Hopeful. Look for yearlings by Volatile at the upcoming Keeneland September sale.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won. And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of record.
Boss of all. Paulie giving this field the slip for trainer Linda Rice, the New York bred, quickest of all with Kendrick Carmouche.
Well named, right? I mean, my goodness, she crushed this field, and there you see her daughter, Street Boss, out of the Holy Bull mare. All mine tonight, yeah. All her today. And you got a good price at 6-1 here, $14.60. And if you're alive in this early pick 5, you're alive for a nice number.
This always puts a smile on our face. Kendrick Carmouche, winning pilot with Acacia in the winner's circle.
That's right. And with his son, Kendrick, as well. Your daughter, Olivia, in the photo. Kendrick, I know always great to get a win at Saratoga, but especially with the family here.
Yeah, you know, family is very important. And, you know, you just got to get the horses for the right spots, right race, right time, and it all works out. You know, I'm just so happy for Miss Vivian. You know, she's 93 years old. She's supported this industry for a lot of years, and she's still coming to the winner's circle. I'm just glad that she's coming with me.
It was so wonderful to see her and those silks in the winner's circle, as you mentioned. And for Boss of All, drawing in of the also eligible list, you're drawn outside in a turf sprint. Talk to me about getting the kind of trip that you did, because you got her in the right spot.
Well, they never had that much speed in the race, and you know, you break out there, you want to break sharp and get over enough where, you know, you can sit second or third. And they had a couple horses inside that never had speed that they forced to the lead. I just thought I'd be in a perfect spot to win the race.
Now, coming up later in Lake Placid, you're going to be aboard Ori, a long shot stepping up. But I know you were pretty high on her last time out.
I mean, we got a couple scratches in this race, and, you know, don't look like they have as much speed in this race. So, you know, we're going to see where we go from there when we leave the gate. But I love her. Michelle Nevin says she's going into this race just as good as the last one. And, you know, I just got to go out there and do the right thing.
Well, if anybody ever watches Kendrick ride, they know nobody cheers harder than Olivia when he's in the gate. And Olivia and Kendrick here, guys, it has to be fun watching your dad and seeing him successful up here at the spa.
Yeah. It always is. It's been a tough summer this summer, and you know what? Just seeing my dad win and put a smile on all of our faces, it's really nice to see it happen at the spa.
We love to see you guys here, the whole family, enjoy the celebrations, and that's what it's all about, Lafitte.
Louisiana, baby.
Louisiana in the house, as he says. Kendrick Carmouche, Ori, a 50-1 shot in the Lake Placid, but he has shocked us before. Remember a horse named Bourbonic, who was about $1 billion to 1, who won the Wood Memorial a few years back and eventually rode in his first Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick's so easy to root for. You know, I start getting excited every time he crosses the wire in front. I start wanting to yell at our producers to make sure that Acacia or Maggie get us an interview just to get to hear Kendrick talk.
Yeah, and listen, he was very vocal earlier in the meet. He's going through a lot of stuff at home. His father's not doing well, and he said, I remember talking to him a little bit, and I always used to say, whenever you're going through stuff off the field, your reprieve is kind of when he's on a racehorse. So it's good to see him smiling with his kids, because Kendrick, his smile is infectious. I don't know which one's better, his or Katie Davis.
It is. Yeah. They're right there. And for his daughter, as she mentioned, a difficult summer, but a chance to celebrate with her father after a win here at Saratoga. And Kendrick Carmouche onward and upward, a 50-1 shot a little bit later on in the Lake Placid. Race number 5. Get to the chopper, Paul. Get to the chopper. My Arnold impersonation is awful. $20,000 maiden claimer, Mile Wilson Shoot, and a 4-5 favorite, Macaw. Why such a heavy favorite, Paulie?
Well, the horse is dropping so far in class. Now, did lose at the $50,000 level by a nose, and now has been transferred over to the Linda Rice barn, who just won the last race. The horse entered in for 20, so a giant drop in class.
That's coming up next, and a pick 5 to kick off in race 5. And when we return, a look ahead to the DraftKings Travers to take place at this storied venue next week. And for trainer Todd Pletcher, multiple Travers victories. He'll bring the champ. Fierceness breezing this morning. Dornick, Lights to Fight guy, winner of the Belmont and the Haskell. 3-year-olds with all roads leading to the Travers with a championship on the line.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
3 down, middle and 4 down, there, middle and 4 down. 400,000 to back. Thank you.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
The Travers Canoe knows Arcangelo colors for another week or so. Last year's Travers winner, Arcangelo, the son of Arrogate. What a performance, what a story. This year's DraftKings at Travers next Saturday, $1.25 million purse, 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter, and the probables looking like that. The boys and one filly, Torpedo Anna, trying to become the first to win the Travers, first filly since 1915. A blowout after blowout. That's been the story, Paul. She has literally run out of competition among her own gender.
She really has. And on this day, we were not even including the start where she got left and had to rush up, and then she just destroys a good group. And right behind her is Candied, who's going to be her favorite in the Alabama a little bit later. She's a special type of filly. And I think Kenny's at the right time taking on the boys because I think she's at her peak fitness.
She's got a date with Immortality next Saturday. If she wins the Travers, it's my opinion that she'll be the horse of the year regardless of what happens, and she'll go down in history as one of the greatest fillies of all time. It's an exciting thing to think about 7 days out.
You can't oversell this. It's that rare, it's that special, and it all happens in a week. Torpedo Anna, as we welcome Acacia back to the broadcast here. Acacia in a really busy morning as far as 3-year-olds tuning up for the Travers next Saturday.
It certainly was, Liffey, and that's to be expected. We're 1 week out. You're seeing them have their final workouts on the main track in particular, even for those that are stabled over on the Oklahoma training track side. But that's kind of what you're going to expect in this final big preparation. Now, Torpedo Anna this morning came into the paddock, schooled in the paddock area with her regular rider, 75-year-old Danny Ramsey, aboard, as he's been aboard all the mornings when she's been training. Then she went out there and she went 59-4 in company with Elko County, and she just looked like she was held going to the wire. I thought it was a very impressive work from her. Her energy looks terrific. She's always a high energy filly, but especially after one that's had some big races and some monster efforts, especially last time out in the Coaching Club American Oaks with breaking slowly, rushing up and pulling away. Doesn't look like it has taken any of the sting out of her bite. Now, Fierceness, the 2-year-old champ, we saw him come back and win last time out in the Jim Dandy. He went 48-1 this morning with older Grade 1 winner Bright Future. Looked evenly matched in company. He's a horse that sometimes doesn't always look the best in the mornings, but did get a chance to see him paddock schooling during the races the other day, and it looks like he's been holding his weight well since that big effort. Todd Pletcher, his trainer's kind of first inclination after the Jim Dandy was thinking that maybe the Travers might be back a little quick for him. We'll see after this big workout what they decide from him. But Belmont Stakes and Travers winner Dornock was also out this morning with Ringy Dingy, who is one of his regular workmates, and he went 47-3 for 4 furlongs, and I thought was just doing it as easy as could be. He is a very good workhorse, and he's one that, as a 2-year-old, I know that Danny Gargan said he's arguably the best horse he's ever trained. And of course, with that pedigree, being the full brother to Kentucky Derby winner Mage, there were high hopes, and I think we were all wondering if he was going to live up to them. Well, now as a 3-year-old, he absolutely has, having won 2 of the biggest races available for 3-year-olds, including that Belmont Stakes here at Saratoga, going 1 mile and an eighth. Now, he will have to go the 1.25 miles as well, but if his pedigree's any inclination, Lafitte, should be no problem for a horse that right now is the leader of the 3-year-old males.
He's just a brawler. The fierceness has more brilliance. Torpedo, the monster filly taking on the boys. Sierra Leone and his God-given abilities, a star-crossed closer. But Dornick gets overlooked. But what you can't underestimate is how good he is when a horse race turns into a dogfight.
Yeah, I mean, he's a fighter, and he's shown that on 2 occasions. He showed it in the Belmont Stakes, and he showed it in the Haskell as well. So, but I will say this. He's going to have the biggest fight on his hands coming up in the Travers. You're going to have to deal, like we talked about earlier. Fierceness at some point is going to run at him. Torpedo Anna at some point is going to run at him. And then he's going to have to hold off Sierra Leone if he wants to try to win this Travers.
Yeah, JK's right. I mean, you're gonna have to win 2 wars, 2 battles, and then try to win the war, because Torpedo Anna's gonna be right on your back, or Fierceness is gonna be right on your back, and Louis probably gonna be hell bent on sending Dornick because that's the way he wants to go, and he is tenacious. But you're gonna have to put away Fierceness, then put away Torpedo Anna, and then here comes big old Sierra Leone. So it's gonna be a tough task for Dornick.
There's so many layers to this story. The DraftKings Travers next Saturday on Fox, the Midsummer Derby. 2 Fox broadcasts remain. One of them gets started in less than half an hour. The Grade 1 Alabama and the DraftKings Travers a week from today. The chase for a 3-year-old title. All roads leading for the Travers. We'll have it for you right here on Fox. Coming up to the 5th $20,000 maiden claimer, a pick 5 as our coverage continues. Alabama Saturday from the Spa.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Why do the most successful owners, breeders, and horsemen select the Green Group as their tax advisor? We simply save them money. Over the past 40 years, founder Leonard Green has owned and bred some of the best racehorses in the history of the sport. His hands-on industry knowledge, combined with cutting-edge tax-saving strategies, has produced positive results for his clientele and has made the Green Group the top-rated accounting and tax firm in the business. For a confidential and complimentary consultation, contact us at 732-634-5100 or visit our website at www.greenco.com. The Green Group, proven strategies to save you taxes.
They turn out every racing day, but really turn out for Alabama Stakes Saturday. Nothing like the Saratoga faithful. More than 1 million attend every summer. Welcome back. Saratoga Live, Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. To Acacia in the paddock with Brad Bryant, Mohegan Sun Sportsbook General Manager.
Thank you, Lafitte. And Brad, always a lot of exciting things going on at Mohegan Sun. Let's start off with the racebook. Tell us a little bit about what people can expect.
Absolutely. So we've got some new tote machines, which is outstanding because they work and there's no issues. We have tablets where people can bet from their seat, which is great. And then we also have a VIP racebook room for our higher end players. So just a great time. We love horse players at Mohegan Sun.
And I understand in the sports book there are some fun opportunities if you want to have a draft party.
Absolutely. We're getting toward the end, though, so the season starts in less than 2 weeks, but we still have room available. We have all different kinds of draft parties, depending on what level you want to be at. We can put you in the mezzanine level as well, so come down, go to MoheganSun.com. You can make a reservation on there.
We hate to say the summer's coming to an end, but the time is starting to run out. Hot Summer Fun promotions. Tell us what's going on.
Hot Summer Fun through the end of August, or September actually. We've got a Kenny Chesney tribute band coming up. We have the Journey tribute band coming up next weekend. Also, we have Bruce Springsteen, Zach Brown band, so a lot of fun times out on the patio as long as the weather holds out.
Sounds like a lot of good things to take part in. Thank you. We always appreciate the support from Mohegan Sun.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte?
You know what would be fun? Watching the King's Plate this evening from Mohegan Sun. That's what I think is on the agenda.
Yeah, let's do it. I'll go with you.
Catch the Alabama on Fox. Watch the King's Plate from Mohegan Sun. Raj is going to be hosting Fox Sports 2 coverage all by himself.
He'll handle it.
Coverage till 7 this evening. The King's Plate on FS2 after the Grade 1 Alabama Fox coverage. Fox Saratoga Saturday in about 20 minutes post-parade. Race number 5, Crusading and Manny Franco.
Yeah, gonna try maiden 20s. The 40 didn't work last time.
Cowboy Luke, 12-1 shot side by side.
Tried to take a field gate to wire last time out and just faded out towards the end.
3 is out, 4 is in. Salacious, 8 race maiden. There he is.
Yeah, but a player in here, you know, if you just draw a line through that sloppy effort, and he's making a big drop in class.
Ramon Vasquez having a productive Saratoga meet. Number 5, remember the Chief, 4 race maiden for Carlos Martin.
Yeah, it's got a couple of okay dirt races, but they were for Charlie Baker.
Macaw, trainer Linda Rice looking for a second one in the afternoon.
Yeah, gonna be tough, but at this level, I'm gonna try to get to do something a little bit more creative.
All right, Tease, number 8, Bounces for trainer Rob Atris.
Yeah, horse, it's 0 for 9 with no placings except a 3rd place finish and comes from way out of it.
Ramsey's a 9 for trainer Safi Joseph. Blinkers off this afternoon.
Safi's on fire at this meet. Let's see if Ramses can keep it going.
Yeah, his percentages, win percentages off the charts for Safi Joseph, especially at a meet this competitive. Then number 10, Hours in a Day to the outside. 6 race made 19-1.
Yeah, Omar Hernandez Moreno aboard. Gave this horse a really good ride last time after getting left in the gate. When dropping for 20, was not that bad of an effort.
That's the field for this 5th race. 6 minutes out, $20,000 maiden claimers. Mile Wilson Shoot pick 5 gets underway here. Another look at Macaw, who is the even money favorite. His last route, 2 starts back, a mile, a 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs, and JK essentially does everything but win.
Yeah, I mean, if he runs that race, he'll win. It's interesting, though, Macaw's been in 4 different barns, right?
Yep.
Norm Cassie, Joe Sharp, someone I actually don't know, Linda Rice. So, you know, now dropping to the bottom for 20,000, and we talked about it earlier with claiming races. Sometimes they just need to be with their friends, and this just might be Macaw's friends. And so, while that makes a ton of sense, I still don't necessarily trust the horse at a short price. That's my issue.
Listen, you know, I take the word from the girls, but he looks like he's a little worked up on the neck there. Now, it is a kind of cool day for Saratoga, a little humidity out, but that might be him being revved up, ready to go.
And more on the favorite, Macaw. We check in with Acacia.
And this horse who we see getting a good warm-up out there under Irad Ortiz, I like him stretching back out. I do think that going a little bit longer is what he prefers. Now, he's gotten himself a bit warm, but as Paul was touching on, it is a little bit more overcast today in Saratoga than it has been. It's not cold by any means. I don't know him. He's been running in Kentucky, but he has gotten himself a bit hot, but he's not agitated. My big problem with him is that even 2 starts back when he was going long, debut at 7 furlongs, you can kind of forgive, but 2 narrow defeats, both of which he hit the front and was run down. So horses like that are always a bit of a question mark for me, especially at a lower level. The number 9 Ramses, blinkers coming off for Saffie Joseph Jr. The lone main track start was last time where he was beaten by his stablemate, who was 3-2 that day, and it was a very wet track. He kind of got bumped a little bit at the start, and he was off the pace, taking a lot of kickback, and just never really seemed to love that track, and did actually run on a little bit late in the center. I think he stacks up nicely with this competition here. He had a lovely warm-up under Tyler Gaffleone, and I think he's going to appreciate a fast main track. The number 4, Salacious, I saw him throughout the winter, early in the year at Tampa, and he's just never really gone on. He's never changed. He's never developed much more. Now in the latter part of his 3-year-old season, dropped in for 75,000 last time, also had to face a wet track. But I think the biggest thing with him is that he was chasing early. This is a horse that needs to be able to control things, especially we often say with horses at lower levels, they're not necessarily the most consistent. They're not necessarily going to be the leaders of the pack. A little bit more of the herd animal mentality. He's had a rather quiet warm up as well. And hopefully Ramon Vasquez is aggressive with him, because I think that would be the best chance for this horse, Lafitte.
For these horses that it takes longer to graduate, to break a maiden, to earn a first career start, so often it comes down to just that, JK, what she was just discussing with Salacious. Right there, right in the thick of things when the real running starts, and the inability to deliver a knockout punch and polish it off.
Yeah, well, let's back it up even further for the new audience, from potential new audiences. A lot of times these horses will run maiden special weight. It's an allowance race basically where these horses are protected. They run, they go back to your barn. You get to keep them, you get to develop them, you get to work with them. You don't have the fear of losing them. When they run in races like this, they're all for sale for $20,000. It's a way to kind of keep a secretariat from running in bad races and stealing all the money from all the other horses. So what happens a lot of times is sometimes owners and trainers will bang their head against the wall trying to protect a horse because they don't want to lose them, and then eventually they just recognize this horse needs to run in a maiden claiming race, and then when they get around those types of horses, sometimes they can find some success.
Producer Evan Schwartz loved that kid's hat. Big Packer fan. Grew up in Detroit, big Lion fan. They just don't get it wrong with quarterbacks in Green Bay, do they? And we have a massive day of thoroughbred racing at the American Classic Racing Distance, yet north of the border at 1.25 miles as well. The Alabama here, the King's Plate there. It's the Canadian version of the Kentucky Derby. It takes place this evening on a synthetic track. Always exciting. There's the field and morning line odds, a 7-5 favorite. Number 7, My Boy Prince, a 6-time winner. 5 of 6. Home court advantage is his, as we saw in the plate trial here, Paul, in a stalking approach here, and a perfect tune-up for the King's Plate, delivering as a 1-5 favorite.
Yeah, so this is for like Jonathan was talking for the new audience. This is their Kentucky Derby, so they run it a little bit different. They run a plate trial or a Woodbine Oaks for the fillies, and a lot of the fillies do well in here. And My Boy Prince was 1-5 on this day. He got the job done. He's going to be a handful in there. I do think the lone filly in there ran second, Woodbine Oaks, that used to be in the Todd Pletcher barn, is a very formidable foe. Now, with the weather being a little bit rainy, it might tilt towards a speed of the year type of horse. You know, it's harder to pass on racetracks or synthetics when it's raining.
It is an all-weather track, but there is a delay as of now, right now, and maybe they'll catch up. What was it, about 40 minutes or so behind schedule?
Yeah, they're a little bit behind, a little bit behind.
It's a more, the Canadian Triple Crown, some would argue, more challenging than the American Triple Crown in the U.S. It's 3 different surfaces. You start on synthetic, the middle leg is dirt, and finally on grass back at Woodbine. You have to be talented at 1.5 miles and be that versatile of a 3-year-old.
Well, that's why I think we've seen a lot of, as they're going in the gate, a lot of 3-year-old fillies win it because they're advanced at this time of the year. When the Kentucky Derbies run, they're not as advanced.
That's coming up this evening on Fox Sports 2. King's Plate, Canada's version of the Kentucky Derby. Alabama Saturday here at Saratoga. At the gate for this $20,000 maiden claimer. Paul, who graduates?
I like the 9 a little bit, Ramses. Like Jonathan said, Saffie Joseph's been on fire. I think the 7's going to be tough. I cannot trust. But I'm just going to trust in the 9 and what the numbers have been saying. Saffie's been sending out live horses.
Lafitte, I'm going to go with the 4. Jose D'Angelo, I think, finally getting this horse where he needs to be.
Post time for the 5th, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Remember, the Chief goes in. Hours in a Day will be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very quick beginning for Cowboy Luke. Cowboy Luke establishing the pace, opens up a length and a half in the first few jumps. Remember the Chief, Salacious came away in the top flight in 3rd. They're followed by Crusading 4th. Macaw is 5th in the early going, some 10 lengths off the lead. Then Bounteous racing on the inside of Hours in a Day, and at the back of the field is Ramses. The opening quarter in 24-1, long shot. Cowboy Luke leads a length and a half to Remember the Chief in 2nd. Salacious travels kindly at the rail in 3rd. Under a nice hold, 2. Another 2 back to Crusading in 4th. 3 lengths back to Bounteous. Ramses has made a little bit of headway, but is 9 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Hours in a Day and Macaw. Past the half-mile pole, the half in 47 and 3. Cowboy Luke, the controlling speed. Remember the Chief in 2nd. Just behind them, Salacious and Crusading are 3rd and 4th. Crusading moves up 3 deep to take that 3rd spot. Bounteous in 5th. Pink Cap now hustled up hard on the outside. Ramses is 5 lengths off the lead with a 1/4 mile to go. Remember the Chief is passed by Crusading. Crusading takes the lead at the top of the stretch through 6 furlongs in 1:13 flat. Remember the Chief battles on in 2nd. In behind them, Salacious in between horses. Down on the inside, Hours in a Day with some late interest, and it's good interest too. Center of the racetrack, Bounteous. Crusading's in front. He's trying to hold on. Crusading, Hours in a Day. Ramses late. It will be Crusading to win it. Hours in a Day, Ramses and Bounteous.
Crusading and Manny Franco at 9-1. The favorite eased. Macaw before the field hit the far turn. Crusading graduates and his 9th career start.
Manny Franco made the difference there. These horses were all a little bit tired turning for home. Didn't look like any of them really wanted to win, but the athletic and the powerful Manny Franco picked this horse up, carried him across the wire.
Yeah, he did. And the 10 horse made a really good run at him, too. Again, another great ride here by Omar Hernandez Moreno. Almost the same ride he had last time up the rail. And you could see the 9 trying to weave through traffic. But the 1's going to hold sway here. This is a nice exacta here, 110. I want to say the 10 is 23-1, the 1 9-1. So kudos if you had that.
By Hillendale Stallion Curlin, 2-time Horse of the Year, won the Woodward here. And one of Durkin's greatest calls, as easy as he made it look on that afternoon, Crusading is no Curlin, but with that strong finish, finally puts it all together and earns that first career victory. 9-1, over 25-1, over 3-1, 18-1, 110, 9-8. Paulie, the race dynamics changing with the even money favorite essentially being pulled up.
Yeah, you can see Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard your favorite, the 7. She just was not having it today, Macau, or he wasn't. He seemed like he at the backside, he just kind of eased him out of the race. He got out of the gate okay, it looked like, but his day was over. Hopefully everything is okay.
He was terrific with you on Card Talk, by the way, was Manny Franco.
Awesome. He's awesome. And I really do hope somebody at home has a relative that was born on January 10th, right, 1998, and you just played that for the fun of it and scored out here.
Your best chance of coming up with that combination? What an athlete. For viewers that don't necessarily follow on a day-to-day basis, slick fielding shortstop. Paulie, he grew up. He wanted to be the next Derek Jeter playing at Yankee Stadium. Instead, he's winning races like the Travers here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he could have got drafted. He was that talented, and you can see the way he rides. His balance is amazing. He's just a tremendous athlete. They have the charity basketball game. He lights everybody up. He's just a phenomenal athlete.
MVP once again in that charity basketball game. All right, we're going to be stepping aside. Top of the hour, Fox Saratoga Saturday for the Alabama gentlemen. So it's about that time as you look at the field. What will the headline be this evening, tomorrow morning? Who takes down this evening's Alabama?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Todd Pletcher. No, I'll pick Candied. But I do think that Miss Justify is extremely live. And in any multi-race wagers, I would not have just one of them. I'd like to have both of them.
Four-time Alabama winner, Todd Pletcher, Candied, 7-5, morning line favorite. Candied, what is the key to her success?
I just think she has to get back to her race 2 back. I think the key is that she doesn't have to deal with Torpedo Anna. I think she has to take her class. She needs to be, in my opinion, aggressively ridden, putting into the race. And when they turn for home, she's the grade 1 winner when the rest of them aren't.
Paulie, what do you think?
I'm going to take a little bit of a shot in the race. I like the 2-horse. I don't know how you pronounce it. Shadowless, whatever. This is a horse from Mark Glatt, who's a very good conditioner out in Southern California. And this horse did win the Chandelier Grade 2 race and was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly. She had an awful trip. And off a 7-month layoff, she got passed last time out and was able to come back and came back kind of in hand with Antonio Frezu aboard. Now Frankie Dettori is aboard. He's ridden her before. I think she's going to be in front Lafitte for a long time.
What would you have said like a year and a half ago when Dettori was in the midst of this world tour, getting ready to retire, saying goodbye, stepping aside? If somebody told you then, you know what, Frankie Dettori is going to win the Alabama in the summer of 2024.
I'd have believed it. You know, I mean, look, I think Frankie's an outstanding rider. I think that what he's done throughout his career is like something we've never seen before. And so I'll be looking forward to seeing if he can pull that off. I wouldn't be shocked at all.
About intricate. I keep coming back to the fact that this is the only filly that's ever defeated Torpedo Anna. Her race 2 back was really, really good. Her CCA Oaks should have been better. It should have been, but she's better than that. If she runs back to her race 2 back, it just keeps sticking with me that she's the only filly that defeated Torpedo Anna.
I know, but my thing is JK will say the same thing. Candy was ripe to get picked off.
Yeah.
She was ripe to get picked off after chasing Torpedo Anna, and Intrigue could not make up the ground. So I think there's just a big separation. Do you think so too, JK?
Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't say this in New York, but it's kind of like Eli Manning beating Tom Brady. Like, Tom's still better.
Security?
Mr. Parcells is in the house. Be careful.
Alabama coming your way. The most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga. And with Torpedo Anna next week in the Travers, so much intrigue. These 3-year-old fillies who will step up and capture the Alabama. You can see it live on Fox. Moments ago, you watched a mild upset. Manny Franco going to work and crusading at a price. As you said, JK, it wasn't poetry in motion, but the difference, that strong finish, strong handling from Manny Franco in the saddle.
Yeah, look, I mean, these are maiden 20s for you, right? That's kind of the difference. But Manny Franco wasn't having it. He was explosive in finishing, while the rest of them were all felt like they were riding with the emergency brake on. And Manny helped Crusading get to that winner's circle and get his picture taken, excuse me.
And David Jacobson's had a couple wins in the last 2 days, and there you see the prices there. And you were talking about it. If you lived on that address, JK, you'd have got back $2,900.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
You love anything else, either of you? The rest of the program, we've covered the Alabama. Now we have 90 seconds to kill. Is there anything else on the card that you love?
I love She Looks Pretty. Or She Looks Pretty. She looks pretty. I like She Looks Pretty quite a bit. I think the cutback in distance is going to hit her right between the eyes.
Such a good filly.
I think Barefoot Disco. I think Charlie Baker gets off to Schneid in the last race. I like Barefoot Disco.
And the nightcap, 12 on the afternoon here at Saratoga. You'll see it all after the Fox broadcast. We'll be right back at it, Fox Sports 2, for the King's Plate from Canada and the last couple of races here at Saratoga. That Lake Placid, that good race. It's a big day for 3-year-old fillies all around, and She Looks Pretty, for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Belmont Oaks too far, and now the cutback, but all the class in the world. What price do you think she is at post time from that 2-1 morning line?
I think 6-5, probably 6-5, 7-5. It's a nice full field, but She's there was a scratch in there. I think will probably help her price a little bit. Not help, but probably hurt her price going lower. But I think she's the most likely winner.
90 seconds, an eternity in television. Switch on over to Fox. Fox Saratoga, Saturday, coming your way, featuring the Grade 1 Alabama. Thanks for joining us on Fox Sports 1. For Todd Pletcher, can he rack up a 5th win in the Alabama? He has the favorite, Candied, 7-5 morning line favorite, only Grade 1 winner. What will she do in the Alabama? How will she respond to the 1.25-mile distance? Or is there an upset lurking for trainer Ian Wilkes? That's all coming up next over on Fox, the Alabama from Saratoga.
$1 million did I hear? $1 million. $1 million on a $1 million, $400,000 on a pie. $1 million $5 and $1 million $6 million $150,000, $1 million $550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Everybody have time to grab your remote, switch back from Fox. Welcome to Fox Sports 2 Live Look, Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Live continues. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Crowd still buzzing after that stirring stretch drive of the Alabama, one of the biggest Saturdays of the summer. Most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies at Saratoga in the books, the Alabama. And in the end, Power Squeeze. Outdueling the favorite, Candied on the inside, Power Squeeze. Gutty win in the Delaware Oaks, gutty win in the Alabama, a fourth for Hall of Famer Javier Castellano to go along with those 7 Travers victories. Power Squeeze, Lee Farms LLC, Jorge Delgado. Massive win at Saratoga. Power Squeeze, Javier Castellano in the Alabama just moments ago. Alongside 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey Rajiv Mirage, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Rajiv, a thrilling stretch drive in today's Alabama. Power Squeeze pulling off the upset over Candied. What was the key? How was she able to do it?
Well, thrilling it was. I mean, what a gutsy performance from both the top 2 finishers. But Javier Castellano just used Manny Franco as a target on Candied. He knew that was the main threat. He followed him the entire way, just kind of focused on him. Manny had to make a first early run with Candied, and Javier just timed it to perfection, just using him to guide him around there and just nailing him right on the wire.
How much trouble at the top of the stretch? Was Candied the best filly in the race?
Yeah, if you back Candied, you had to think that, you were very unlucky to lose because she had to be the one that made the first run into a fast pace. And then when Manny finally got her going the way he wanted her to go to take over the lead, the number 2, Shadowlass on the inside, comes out and caused a chain reaction that impeded Candied a bit, knocked her off stride for a second. When you lose a race by such a small margin, you had to think that could have made the difference between winning and losing.
So much to unpack, and we'll continue to do so following this Alabama. And while the Alabamas are the books, we still have 2 live races here at a very dark Saratoga. About 15 minutes out, race 11. Today's remaining races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As promised, the 11th and 12th. Late double coming up, and a maiden affair to close the show. What you don't see were the scheduled races from Woodbine. Today was supposed to be the first leg of the Canadian Triple Crown, the King's Plate. By the way, if you want to get involved and haven't done so just yet, what are you doing if you haven't signed up? Travers next Saturday. Sign up, NyraBets.com. And when you do so, use that promo code SPOT250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match. After your first deposit, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NyraBets.com, to earn your $250 deposit match. So you can't bet any track, anytime when it's Woodbine because those races have been postponed. The King's Plate postponed. That is the Canadian equivalent of the Kentucky Derby. Raj, you've been in contact with the officials up at Woodbine. What's the story? What's going on?
Well, in Canada yesterday, they had a lot of rain starting, and it continued on through the night. Had a lot of moisture in the track, and halfway through the card, the jockeys deemed that it was unsafe to continue riding in the welfare of the horses and riders. They felt like it was dangerous conditions, the racetrack, and they came to a decision that they can't continue the race and moving it to a different date.
Even though the race was scheduled to take place on an all-weather racing surface, what are those conversations like? What goes on between the jockeys in terms of huddling up and coming up to one conclusive decision in terms of, to ride or not to ride?
Well, I mean, like you said, it's equivalent to the Kentucky Derby, Canada's version. So the last thing that they really want to do is have to cancel. But first thing that happens is when the jockeys go out there to ride, if there's adverse conditions, they'll take notice of it and they'll start relaying that to management and see if it is something that needs to be addressed or something that can be addressed or fixed. And if not, and the conditions can even worsen, and then that's what kind of pushes the envelope to lean in towards that direction.
So we await a postponed King's Plate, the most prestigious race north of the border, postponed for the time being. The Alabama, however, in the books, in case you happen to miss it. We'll take another look from start to finish. The Alabama with Candied favored. Well, yeah, we'll see. So Power Squeeze with Javier Castellano, the game plan going in. What did you notice about Castellano's approach right from the start?
Well, you can tell that he didn't want to be overly aggressive and he didn't want to be overly conservative, which means he's just breaking and getting the horse into her rhythm, letting her place herself. And she got a little bit shuffled back here, but being that she's a late runner in a long distance race at this 1.25 miles, you can tell that Javier, he wasn't that worried. The main thing that you can see with him though, he's looking for number 7 Candy. He moves off the rail from the 1 or the 2 pad where he could have taken just to be behind Candy because he wanted that to be his target.
Castellano making sure Power Squeeze wouldn't lose contact with the horses in front of her. You could tell trying to keep her engaged. And here now, we'll have to take another look at that. There was some contact top of the stretch. The favorite, Candied, black cap, blue stripe into her outside. Here comes Power Squeeze and Javier Castellano going to work.
Yeah, in a perfect world, Javier would have liked to held on to Candy's tail like a tow truck throwing him around there. But he had to ride to keep his position just to stay in contact. And, you know, she had the momentum going on the outside. That crucial juncture in the top of the stretch when the number 2 Chattelas comes out and causes that chain reaction where Candide had to lose her momentum just slightly was the biggest factor between winning and losing this race.
Venezuelan phenom, Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, some of his best work over the years here at Saratoga before the meet started last year. He was asked what his goals were for the summer. He says, yeah, you know what, I want a 7th Travers. He went out and knocked down a 7th Travers with Arcangelo, now a 4th win in the Alabama Rush. Another look, top of the stretch, what happens?
So here, number 2 just ducks out a bit. And honestly, not much fault to the rider. Frankie Toro, he tried to grab her right away. I don't know, she might have
Candy wasn't bothered.
But Manny Franco saw the reaction coming, and he had to take up his right rein a little bit. And that little momentum loss caused the number 3 Power Squeeze to be right on top of her instead of chasing her.
At first glance, it looked like she had taken some, she had actually made some contact. She wasn't actually bothered, but like you said, perhaps slowing down her momentum.
Yeah, it's like if you're driving a car on the highway and someone in the other lane comes and swings towards you, your natural reaction is to swing away. So sometimes, you know, you swing away and that momentum loss, even though the contact wasn't made, there wasn't an accident, it wasn't an impact, but he had to swing because he saw the inside horses coming out towards him, Manny Franco, not by any fault of his, just trying to avoid contact. That loss of momentum is what made a difference there.
What about the fight displayed by Power Squeeze? We saw it in the Delaware Oaks, we see it in the Alabama. There's a Dornick sort of refuse to lose mentality in there.
I mean, her running style makes her not look flashy. She has never won a race by a large margin, but she is so effective, and she loves a dogfight. When you look close up at that race, when they zoomed in, both fillies had their ears pinned back, which means they're so engaged into running. They're chomping at the bridle, fighting it out, and you know, neither one deserved to lose. But you know, that's just the thing when you see top class racer. You look at their ears. When the horse pins the ears back, that's showing that ferociousness, that engagement into the bridle. And you can see both fillies has their ears lapped to the back of their neck.
Giving you everything she has. And by the way, it's a big if, but if you omit Torpedo Anna from her past performances, let's pretend those races didn't exist, like that's 6 straight for Power Squeeze, and now a Grade 1 winner. I get it, that's the best 3-year-old filly in North America, but aside from the losses to Torpedo Anna, otherwise, that's 6 straight.
She's undefeated around 2 turns when she's not faced Torpedo Anna. So yeah, she loves the distance, and that was one thing coming into this race that made her so attractive, the 1.25 miles distance. She doesn't have any distance limitations, full of stamina, and you know, like you said, Torpedo Anna makes up a lot of blemishes in other horses' careers, but when they're not running against her, they are really good horses.
Keisha Clement is with us. Keisha, great job on the Fox broadcast as always. Your biggest takeaway from the Alabama and how Power Squeeze was able to outduel the favorite Candide to the wire.
She was incredibly game, Lafitte, and for Power Squeeze, I think my biggest takeaway is just how much she's come along. I covered her back towards the start of the year at Tampa when she won the Suncoast and was a big surprise that day because remember Todd Pletcher's Life Talk filly? She was the heavy favorite in there and the one that we thought we would be talking about at this point in the year, but it was Power Squeeze who took the step forward that afternoon, her first race going a little bit longer, and I spoke that afternoon to Paula and Bill Cosgrove of Leah Farms, and they were just kind of overwhelmed with what she'd been able to do. I can only imagine how they're feeling now that she's a Grade 1 winner, and she has continued to step forward race by race and incredibly valiant in her victory today. But horses on their way out of the paddock here for this 11th race, and we'll talk about two quickly who make some sense. The 3 Yo Daddy was beaten last time out by Game Warden, who we saw winning earlier today against some really talented company, including Bill Mott's time out, so certainly flattered Yo Daddy. Yo Daddy is a huge horse for Linda Rice. The blinkers do go on today for him, but this is one that often gets very hot, very washy. That's very typical of him. My big question is, it's just, can he get back to those big races that we have seen, and is he going to be able to seal the deal in here? The number 7 in Unlimited Potential, monster effort last time out with a huge drop in class after costing $750,000 as a 2-year-old, was claimed as expected that day, coming back from Matcan Cantermasi, and much more laid back today, which I thought was interesting as he was pretty sharp last time out. I'll watch how he warms up on the track, but we'll see if he can replicate that effort coming in against a little bit better company. But given what he's faced towards the start of his career, he certainly does have some class and ability, Lafitte.
Faced a tougher competition indeed as the horses make their way front side. Rod Ortiz, leading rider here at Saratoga, despite the fact he's missed 4 days at the meet, 3 by suspension, 1 while he was at Monmouth for the Haskell. Junior Alvarado, Whitney winning rider, and the field for this 11th race. There is Smilemon, 25-1. Ricardo Santana looking for a second.
One that has a lot of speed, but he's likely to face some hot pace pressure in this race.
Unstable Prince, owned and trained by David Jacobson.
Scored a big upset over this track 2 starts back.
Keisha said he's massive, Yo Daddy.
Yo Daddy, one that always runs good. Look for him to be coming off the pace.
Ken Ramsey's Who's the King?
Beaten Fort by 11 lengths at this double last time, but he got in trouble in that race. He was a favorite.
Have you heard? Rod Ortiz 4-1 for Mike Maker.
Another early speed type will be trying to avoid an early pace duel to run his best race.
Good price, human element intact. Unlimited Potential overlay at 9-2.
Makes a massive step up in class after a dominating win at a much lower level last time.
Storming Chrome, Saratoga debut.
Been knocking out the door, finishing second at this level in his last 2 starts.
Special Dash. Good luck, Tom Amos.
5th by 11 lengths at this level last time.
Special Dispatch, I should say. Kendrick Carmouche seeking a second on the afternoon. Pursuit of Power towards the outside. Joel Rosario in the irons.
Followed up his maiden victory 2 starts back with a good run at this level last time, finishing second after encountering some trouble at the start.
Late double starts here. 4 minutes out, race 11. From the Wilson Chute starter allowance, you're looking at the favorite, Yo Daddy. This was back on the 27th of July, right here, 1.125 distance. And in the end, he tries to mount a challenge, but somewhat even through the stretch here, Raj.
And it's very important to note that today they're trying blinkers for the first time. Usually they put blinkers on a horse for 2 purposes. First of all, to get them a little more engaged in the bridle early. Since this horse hasn't been showing a lot of early speed, that's been his Achilles heels. The blinkers might help him, and also to be a little more determined in the finish. So I expect him to move up off this performance, which that performance in its own right, that 90 Beyer speed figure finishing second, would make him super tough in this race. He's clearly the horse to beat.
What about the cut back to a mile?
That's one of the key things I think the blinkers will help with. You know, when you run at a longer distance, the pace is generally slower, so it's easier to stay in contention. He wasn't able to stay even close to contention at 1.8 last time. Now to cut back in distance, if he didn't have blinkers on, I would be worried that he would be dropping too far out of it. Now with the blinkers on, I feel like it'll get him a bit more engaged early. Well, that's the desired effect that they'll be going for anyways.
Yo Daddy, 2-1 favorite, winning move, stable. Number 7, Unlimited Potential, was with Todd Pletcher. was a $750,000 purchase. The big drop in class claimed by the Cantamasi brothers for $16,000. He was 2 to 5 as part of an entry late July, and we'll watch the 400 races this summer. None will be easier in terms of an easy galloping win than Unlimited Potential.
And talk about a fun race to watch, right? I really enjoyed watching this race, to see a horse like gas the field out like this. He was about 20 lengths in front at one point, seemingly. Like he was about to break some kind of record. Obviously started getting a little bit leg weary late, running so fast. Look, this horse possessed some good natural speed. Let's see how it translates today against a tougher race with other horses that has speed. And there's a big difference in class.
Relatively cold on the board?
Well, he's going from one of the biggest known stables in the entire industry, Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, to a relatively more modest stable in Merkin Cantamarchi. But don't hold that against it, because Merkin and their crew has done a wonderful job over the years. They know how to get a horse to win. I feel like it's just an unknown how much jump in classes is. It feels like he's jumping about 6 to 7 class levels. But he deserved the chance to, because he was so dominant at the level that he won at last time.
Far outside is Pursuit of Power. Acacia, it seems like a week ago we watched Joel Rosario take down the opener today on Jonathan's Way. Most impressive 2-year-old to kick off Alabama Saturday.
It does, Lafitte. It feels like, because it's getting a little bit dark here at Saratoga, too, like we're well into the evening hours. But as far as Pursuit of Power is concerned, a horse that did break his maiden 2 starts back, and then last time out finishing second at a generous price, too. I know broke his maiden for 50, which you don't always love to see with these high-profile barns like Steve Asmussen, like a Todd Pletcher, you know, horses that just as they rack up more defeats, it's another knock against them. These are the ones that are supposed to win early on in their careers. And even though this one too had a very high purchase price, he's a horse that unfortunately I just think has found his right level. He was eligible for that starter allowance try last time where he was second and lugging in a little bit. So you do see, and there's a perfect visualization of it, a cage bit or a Houghton bit on him. I wasn't in the paddock last time. That's hard to tell with watching replays what kind of bit they're wearing, but that leads me to believe that Steve is taking all of the steps to try and give his rider all of the tools to keep his horse straight and true. The 6, Have You Heard, cuts back in distance a bit from the 1.125 try last time out. He's one that I thought last time out just looked the strongest he had yet. He's a horse that typically doesn't carry a ton of conditioning as well, just a lighter frame, which is why I think in large part they tried the turf on him. He looks good yet again. Had a big warm-up out there too under Irad Ortiz. It took him a little bit of time to get going, but he's a horse that, yes, I think a mile should really suit him much better than the 1.125, and hopefully he'll be forwardly placed yet again. Lafitte?
Strong connections, Acacia. Irad Ortiz, Mike Maker, both sensational summers at Saratoga. What else is new? Have you heard? She mentioned the purchase price, and we touched on Unlimited Potential, $750,000 purchase. Pursuit of Power, $875,000 purchase. It's just like the NBA. It's just like the NFL. Not every first-round draft pick works out. Same in horse racing.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great analogy. You know, a lot of times when they're picking out these horses in the early stages, it's almost like picking them up before they even go to college when they're yearlings. A lot of these big purchase prices. So you just get to see them walk, and they're going by the pedigree, and you say, hey, that's LeBron James' brother. Let me lock him in from now before he starts showing his worth.
And you wind up with Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what happens sometimes, especially with the yearlings. But, you know, in this race, I just feel like the race revolves around Yo Daddy. Everything seems favorable for him. There's enough pace that's going to set up for his late closing style. The blinkers on is going to keep him somewhat engaged where he's not disconnected. I just think this is his day to win.
7-5, Yo Daddy, Frank Miramati, great call in the Alabama. Right back to work, post time for the 11th, live from the Spa.
Thank you, Lafitte. That was quite the race. Pursuit of Power to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Smilemon is hustled very hard, wants to get to that lead, and is able to do so. Yo Daddy in between horses, and Who's the King outside of that pair in third. Then Unlimited Potential joins the party while 4 deep in fourth. Have You Heard is next. Unstable Prince is down on the inside, racing 2 clear of Storming Chrome, who's at the back of the field with Special Dispatch and Pursuit of Power. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat, and it's Unlimited Potential who will set the tempo, leading it by about a length, with Smile Mon just in second toward the half-mile pole, and Who's the King is in third. Then Yo Daddy in the bright orange colors fourth, now 4 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 or so back to Have You Heard and Unstable Prince. That half was in a zippy 46 and 3, and Yo Daddy, Lescano pushes the button now, and there goes Yo Daddy with a decisive move around the far turn. The complexion of the race has changed noticeably. Yo Daddy is the new leader, and Have You Heard is in hot pursuit on the outside. Who's the King is third. They're followed at the rail by the inside. Storming Chrome is trying to get involved. They're at the top of the stretch, and Yo Daddy has built up a huge lead and waved goodbye to this group. Unstable Prince is in second, followed by Have You Heard, then Special Dispatch and Storming Chrome. A 1-horse race. Yo Daddy blew him away by 6 lengths. Unstable Prince second by even more, and it's extremely close for third between Have You Heard and Pursuit of Power.
We showed that video of Unlimited Potential cantering in his last. Yo Daddy says, yeah, hold my beer. Yeah. And goes off to the easiest of wins here. The favorite at 7-5. Much the best in the 11th at Saratoga.
Man, the blinkers had the desired effect they were looking for. This is the horse that has been losing his races in the early part of the races by being shuffled back and disconnected from his opponents and having to make up too much ground. Today, he was engaged, he was up on the pace. They came out with a mission to make sure that he was right on top of the leaders. He actually made what would be perceived as an early move on the turn, but that was by design, because one thing about
effortless. He's pulling away without being asked to do a thing. Winning move stable. Linda Rice by a 2-time Grade 1 winner on grass ender. Yoshida, the start. Rajiv, what you see?
Take a look at number 3. Take a look at Jose Lescano, his body language, how hard he's shuffling on this horse from the gate. To get him going, he's throwing crosses, he's pumping on him to ensure that he's coming out of there running, almost quarter horsing him. Once he establishes this pace, now he can adjust from there. He kind of felt like he might have overdid it, because I don't think he expected to be that close that early.
You could see number 4, Who's the King, really grabbing the bridle, getting aggressive, and Acacia relaying. They did the exact same thing in his last race, where he's just, that's the definition of rank, and his head goes up in the air, and typically positive things don't follow. He's off the board. Meantime, it's just a matter of how far for Yo Daddy.
I mean, this is an allowance race. Even a little bit below the first level allowance is a starter allowance race. Let me tell you something. Mark this horse down and follow him. There's no telling where he's going to wind up. I feel like the sky's the limit. No,
really?
This was a massive performance. They ran a second quarter in 22 seconds out of the Wilson chute. He's just figuring things out. He's always shown talent. These kind of horses that can mature into the 4-year-old. This is a young horse. He's only 3 years old.
Second in his last 3, not the bridesmaid on this afternoon. A daylight victory in the darkness of Saratoga. 3-2, 6-10. Lescano, Rice, winning move stables. Yo Daddy rolls in the 11th.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Abs, traps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
We're back on Saratoga Live, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today as Yo Daddy gets to the winner's circle here in the 11th race. His trainer, Linda Rice, joining me here is Linda. I know that you've tried a bunch of things with this horse, but the blinkers going on today, how much of a difference do you think that made?
You know, he's a 3-year-old. He's very big. And he's been green in all of his starts. He's got a lot of action. He's just a very big boy. And it seemed like the blinkers, you know, we tried him without the blinkers a few starts, but he just kept making mistakes. And he certainly was focused with the blinkers today.
Certainly made the difference too, and Jose Lezcano making that aggressive move with him, but he was able to open up on his competition and certainly found the right spot.
Yeah, you know, he's had, I think it was opening week here, he'd had just a nightmare trip on the turf. He had a difficult trip during the Belmont Festival here. So he's been plagued by difficult trips, and so we just felt like the horse needed a little bit of help. Jose Lezcano made the suggestion, and I agreed with it. So it worked out well.
You mentioned he's got a lot of action. He does. He kind of, you can see he moves almost like a turf horse. He gets very hot often. Where do you go from here with him?
You know, because of his action, I thought, and Yoshida was primarily turf, I thought, you know, turf would be better for him with his action. But frankly, he trains so well on the dirt that I thought this horse, he's very good on the dirt as well. It's amazing how versatile he is. Right now, I'm not sure where we're going at.
Well, we look forward to seeing him next time, but in the winner's circle today, congratulations.
Thank you, Keisha.
Some trial and error, Lafitte, but finding the right combination today for Yo Daddy.
That's how you figure out what works. Linda Rice not sure what's next. Raj, you should text her, give her a call. You have some ideas about where Yo Daddy should be going.
No, I'm not telling Linda Rice where to put her horses, but I can tell you this. If it was my horse, I'd be really excited for his future. I think that the best is yet to come. When you think about what she said about him having trouble, he hasn't really got a fair trip. He's learning the ropes. He's a young horse. There's a lot to like. There's a lot of upside, and this was a fast race in its own right. So I can see, for me personally, this horse can be any kind of horse.
Yo Daddy, most impressive in the 11th of 12, and for trainer Linda Rice, only female trainer to have captured a training title here at Saratoga, a tie last year with Chad Brown, and her first several years ago. Another solid meet. What else is new here at the Spa? Linda Rice back in the winner's circle. We turn the page. 12th and final. Graduation day for one of these New York bred maidens, turf sprint. Who does graduate, Raj?
Oof, this is a close one. I'm gonna lean on number 6, Naughty Destiny. I feel like coming out of a stake race in her last race was a little bit tough. She gets Lasix today. She had a good race, 2 starts back, finishing 3rd at this level. Dylan Davis, Christophe Clement, there's just a lot to like.
Wide open. Heart of the Night, 7-2. Couple of them at 3-1. Naughty Destiny, Barefoot Disco, and we're on Milestone Watch when we come back. More on that story. Plus, Chad Brown. His dominance in the Lake Placid continues. Gray Osh outduels the favorite. She Feels Pretty in the Lake Placid. We'll recap.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Save $5 on admission when you buy in advance to witness Super Filly Torpedo Anna take on the Belmont Stakes winner Dornick and the boys in the DraftKings Travers Saturday, August 24th at Saratoga. Buy now at Naira.com/Travers.
Welcome back. Live Look Saratoga. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. 18 minutes out to the nightcap. And Alabama, not the only graded stakes race for 3-year-old fillies. We also had the Lake Placid 3-year-old fillies on grass right before the Alabama. And as explosive, as exciting as the finish was in the Alabama, this one was pretty good as well. And for trainer Chad Brown, who had come in having won 3 straight and 5 of 6, he brought in Gray Osh, but Brown didn't have the favorite. Let's pick up the action. Top of the stretch in the Lake Placid with She Feels Pretty for trainer Cherie DeVoe. It's coming. If it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. The Lake Placid. Here it is, Gray Osh in between horses. She Feels Pretty, Raj, in a slugfest to the wire.
Oh, you said it right, Lafi. That's a slugfest, and She Feels Pretty. It's such a good filly, and Gray Osh just turned her back. I mean, what a gutsy performance. You can see John Velasquez on She Feels Pretty. He comes over trying to make it a little tight there on Flavien with Gray Osh. Flavien holding his ground. They're both battling tooth and nails, and almost like the Alabama, just like the Alabama, you see these two fillies with their ears pinned all the way backwards, engaged, giving it their all. Just love to see the competitiveness of these animals and how majestic they are running when they're giving it their all. It's just so much fun to watch.
For Flanagan Racing, a first win in the Lake Placid. Chad Brown, 6 wins in the Lake Placid, 6 of 7 for straight. For 6 different owners, Chad Brown and Flavien Prat, who rode Asprey last year back-to-back in the Lake Placid. That cat that ate the canary look on Pratt's face there, it's been that kind of meet. 10 stakes wins at Saratoga. We have 2 weeks left.
Some jockeys would be happy with their whole career at Saratoga having
You're not
those
lying.
stake wins. He's doing that in this one meet, and he still has more chances of even adding to that. I mean, what a meet he's having. Big race rider, adding to all the success he's had over the years. He's a Breeders' Cup winning, a Classic winning jockey. He's a Kentucky Derby winning jockey.
Not the way he wants, but yes, a Derby winning jockey.
He's ridden potentially the best horse I've ever seen in Flightline, and he's just riding the best horses at the top level and just doing such a great job at it.
Preakness Stakes with a Rombauer, Flavian Pratt, try for a Travers. Next week, Sierra Leone, 4-trainer Chad Brown. And 10 stakes wins at 2 exciting 3-year-old filly stakes races today. Those finishes, wow, in the Lake Placid and the Alabama. Horses in the paddock, as you can see, for the 12th and final, 15 minutes out. Milestone watches on. George Weaver, sitting on 999 career wins, has the favorite seeking 1,000.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Program trading in naval power. What a thriller. Photo! In Italian to win it.
Big F has won. And it will be McCulloch. Domestic spending. Ocean Road.
Victoria Road. Digital Age. And Pearl.
State of Rest. Newspaper of Record.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany and Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife Elizabeth donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy inscribed with the winner's name is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport. Decades of tradition, Man of War Trophy. Who will hoist the Travers hardware? We'll find out a week from today. The Midsummer Derby, the Travers on Fox. And the probables, you have the boys and one girl. Top-ranked 3-year-old filly in North America, untouchable this year, Torpedo Anna, trained by Kenny McPeak. Acacia still with us. Acacia, a couple of things. A, want to get your thoughts on her breeze, her work this morning, and you also interviewed Kenny McPeak. Like, I know he's always confident, right? But beaming with confidence, the sense I got just watching you and him have that conversation.
The first thing he said to me, Lafitte, was, I see you're wearing purple today. I hope you have something pink saved for next weekend. And I said, don't worry, Lafitte, don't worry, Kenny, I've got my pink dress ready. But as far as Torpedo Anna is concerned, asking about that work this morning in company with Elko County, in which she went 5 furlongs in 59-4. And Kenny said, well, they were supposed to stay together, but she was just going so much stronger. And her regular exercise rider, Danny Ramsey, who just recently had his 75th birthday, had her in a strong hold. I thought that she went great in the morning here today. She paddock schooled, took a little walk through the paddock here before heading out to the main track as well, so getting in a little bit of extra practice too. And one thing I had remarked to Kenny was that her energy just still seems so great, and he said yes, and especially because that's how she typically is. Kenny McPeak said before the Kentucky Oaks, they better bring a bear because I'm bringing a grizzly, and he said going into the Travers, he's bringing that quote back, Lafitte.
A grizzly bear. When you first heard the quote pre-Kentucky Oaks, it is it because he's a confident. Kenny's confident. You know, that's just part of his persona. And then you watched how she performed in the Kentucky Oaks and decimating the best 3-year-old fillies in North America. Yeah, he did bring a grizzly bear.
Look, with the backstretch banter, sometimes people can get overly exaggerated about the talents of their horse, and they say things like, freaks or grizzly bears. But this one, she is really a grizzly bear. It's not an overstatement by any means. She is the real deal, and she brings it every single time. What fascinates me the most about her is she can overcome adversity. She doesn't need excuses. She takes in anything like that people could use as excuses for losses, and she chews it up and spits it out like a proper grizzly bear would.
She hasn't been challenged this year. At the multiple Grade 1 wins, she hasn't been challenged. She's felt the crop twice. And with riders up here for race 12, just a thought in terms of putting into perspective what we're going to see in thoroughbred racing next Saturday and how truly rare this is. A filly trying to win a Travers. And should she win a Travers? Okay, so how rare? Well, when was the last time a filly won the Kentucky Derby? Not that long ago, 1988, winning colors. How about a Preakness? Kenny McPeak, Swiss Skydiver, 4 years ago. A Belmont Stakes, Rags to Riches, 2007. Not that long ago. More than 100 years since the last filly won the Travers, 1915. Like, that's how long it's been. Much more common in Triple Crown races. It's been that long in the Midsummer Derby.
So hard to achieve. That's what makes it so sacred. And for her to do it, I'm so happy she's in this race, because I don't want to hear, well, if she was in the race, all the speculation, and if she was in the race, this would have happened, that would have happened. We're going to get to see it. And luckily for us and whoever else is coming to the track, they could witness this.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Being here for a Triple Crown winner running in the Travers when Saratoga was Faratoga. 50,000 at Saratoga, 15,000 or whatever it was, showed up to watch him gallop the day before. The hype and the build-up, that was the most intense Travers I've ever been a part of. I'm not saying it's a Triple Crown winner, and we had gone so long. It had been 37 years or whatever it was, but that is the only Travers that I've been a part of that comes to mind that compares to what we're going to see 1 week from tonight. Torpedo Anna, a champion in fierceness, the star-crossed closer Sierra Leone, the undefeated colt, unmatched wisdom. Can't wait for this one.
Of the 8 probables, 4 of them have coming off wins. The second, third, everyone's been winning, so horses in top form.
Meantime, one left post-parade. The one is out. You saw the 2, my executive suite, and then Manny Franco, tough loss in the Alabama. He rides Heart of the Night.
Phillies knocking at the door. Logical contender in here, finishing 3rd at this level last time.
Duchess of Normandy at check that 22-1 outsider.
This filly has some pedigree. She's by English Channel, who whose foals have known to like the turf. Debuts today for Jeffrey Englehart.
By English Channel. 5.5 furlongs here. Awesome. He liked to run a little farther. The 5 Beautiful Thief. Trainer George Weaver, 999 career wins.
Great run in the debut, chasing the pace, showing speed, and just getting caught late, finishing fourth by 2 3/4 lengths.
Naughty Destiny, a little one geared, little one pace so far.
But the expected favorite, dropping out of a stake company, back to face maidens today.
Number 7, Lafayette. It's been tough sledding at this level.
Yeah, haven't shown much. Has been totally overlooked at the windows. He was 80-1 last time.
Number 8, Barefoot Disco. Look out. Flavian Pratt seeking a 4th on the afternoon.
This one getting bet strongly. Her most recent race was a 4th place finish. She needed that race. She was coming off a year layoff. Should move forward today.
Number 11, Long-Legged Queen in Luis Saez.
Good debut at Finger Lakes last time, earning the highest buyer speed figure of anyone in this race. Tries turf for the first time and gets Lasix.
She draws in with a couple of scratches. Not going in order for us, Raj. There's the 9, and just good to see Lane Luzzy, after what took place in the paddock last Sunday, getting kicked in the face by a thoroughbred racehorse.
I mean, to be able to just be on his feet riding, standing, let alone be on a horseback riding, that's a victory for him. And this filly actually is coming off a long layoff, but showed some good speed last year. Expect to at least be a part of the pace.
I had to laugh. I heard you say I'd be out a year if that happened to me. There's my executive suite first-time starter with Jackie Davis at 30-1.
Yeah, my executive suite draws the inside post. Not much to go by here from low-profile connections shipping in from Finger Lakes. But if you're going with the angle that, hey, someone is not going to want to take a horse to Saratoga if they don't really like it, they know the competition is tough here, maybe they're showing that they think they have something.
So that's the field. These New York breds sprinting on turf. Looking at a contender. Heart of the Night. Manny Franco aboard. This was 2 starts back right here during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Heart of the Night. Beautiful Thief as well. Heart of the Night. She's going to range up and just doesn't have that winning punch at the very end.
Yeah, that winning punch is something that you kind of need to finish off a race. She looked like she was in perfect position to win this race, having dead aim on the front runners and just not really able to get by. Had to end up settling for second here behind Strictly Taboo, who did come back and win. And also the 3rd place finisher in that race, Summer World, came back and win. So it was a good race, but that lack of punch in the end, not, you know, she didn't slow up, but she didn't kick into another gear, is what concerns me to take her on the wind end.
But she's the tepid choice at 3-1. Acacia, so why should today be any different? Bunch of in-the-money finishes for Heart of the Night. Why does she graduate today?
I'm not sure that she does, Lafitte, because that is such a big question about her. Now, one thing I will say, since we did see her come here to the East Coast from running out in California and running against her fellow New York breds now, race by race, she's gotten more settled now in the care of Horacio de Paz. She was really acting up 2 starts back in June when she ran second behind Strictly Taboo, who was on a bit of a streak that time, as Raj mentioned. And then last time out, she was acting a little bit better, but still a little bit revved up. And then today, they saddled her with the pony. They're keeping her calm. She has not been over the top, which I appreciate. You can get a little bit of a glimpse in it there. She has cotton in her ears, muffle out sounds, trying to keep her settled. So mentally, she has continued to progress. She has to be able to transfer that out onto the racetrack, though. The 5 Beautiful Thief, as we look to see George Weaver come and get that big milestone here, as this horse was incredibly green first time out. She was screaming in the paddock. She also did not look fit whatsoever. A big step forward mentally and physically. So much more settled today, much more defined as well. And I thought she showed a little bit of speed last time, and it's just going to be a stronger and more professional racehorse today. The 6 Naughty Destiny, as you guys touched on, she is just a bit one-paced. She's a horse that just doesn't carry a ton of conditioning, as you can see there. She's a much lighter frame type. She, too, cotton in her ears, following the pony in the paddock. Steps to try and keep her calm, because she is one that can get really on her toes, as you see from her here. But even back last year in some of her races, she would get pretty keen and hard to to settle early on, but Dylan Davis knows her. And again, trying to keep her away from the field as much as possible and keep her settled, because that's going to be the key for her to be able to sustain that energy. But I like that she's staying sprinting and coming out of those New York Stallion Series races. Finally, the 8 Barefoot Disco off a big layoff last time out. In her most recent start, Flavien Prat took her away from the pony, and she just was taking a long time to warm up. Today, he's actually kept her with the pony and kept her quiet. She has strengthened up behind, which I do appreciate, and she really needed to do, which is understandable off that big layoff. You're just going to get so much more out of a race than you would out of those works. So she too has progressed coming into this spot. We'll see if it's quite enough, as I think that she meets some who may just have a little bit more seasoning on their side, Lafitte.
With Flavien Prat aboard, days running together, won 3 yesterday, the victory this afternoon, and after he went through a little bit of a dry spell there, but piling up the wins once again is Prat. And for trainer George Weaver, terrific trainer, 999 wins, what a 1,000th win would mean in his career. And with Javier Castellano aboard, the win in the Alabama, and perhaps providing Weaver with that 1,000th win.
I mean, lifelong work. This is, George Weaver's been dedicated to this as a trainer for many, many years. Hardworking, great trainer. Someone that really deserves the success that they're having. As far as my pick goes, I picked number 6, Naughty Destiny. If I would have heard Acacia's paddock report before I made my pick, I would have probably leaned towards the number 5, Beautiful Thief, because I was splitting the hairs between the two. And I feel like Beautiful Thief does have a tactical pace advantage on her rivals today. Good information from Acacia.
She liked the way she looked, her behavior. We'll see. Number 5, Beautiful Thief, trained by George Weaver, seeking a 1,000th career win. 12th and final on this Alabama Saturday. Frank Mirmati standing by.
Here is Beautiful Thief. Daughter of Dialed In takes up her spot. Long-legged Queen completes the lot. They're in the gate. And they're off. My executive suite was left far behind. Beautiful Thief bounces out very quickly and will vie for the lead, but here's Follow Your Arrow a little bit faster and up to take command. Heart of the Night is down on the inside, flashing good speed too as they move into the far turn. Long-legged Queen moves up widest of all to take that second spot, trying to chase down Follow Your Arrow, who takes him through a quarter in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Heart of the Night, Beautiful Thief are side by side, 3rd and 4th. It's then another 3 lengths back to Naughty Destiny with the yellow cap racing on the outside of Duchess of Normandy. Barefoot Disco is next. Then Lafayette and My Executive Suite. They are at the top of the stretch. And here comes Beautiful Thief, hand-ridden to the front. Long-legged Queen is trying to match strides. These two have it to themselves late. It's Beautiful Thief on the outside, just in front. And Beautiful Thief gives George Weaver win number 1,000. Congratulations to the classy, dedicated, outstanding horseman. Javier Castellano caps off a big day with a victory for George Weaver. Long-legged Queen was second.
Congratulations indeed. George Weaver, a 1,000th career win, and to do so here at Saratoga. A Beautiful Thief, Javier Castellano, the Alabama win, the win in the nightcap, and a moment George Weaver and company won't forget anytime soon.
I think if you ask George Weaver, where would you want to win your 1,000 win, he would say Saratoga. Has to be a dream come true. Congratulations. What an amazing way to close out the day for him. But just perfectly ridden by Javier, who comes off winning the Alabama.
Confidence riding high?
Confidence riding high. He changed tactics today. He adjusted because this filly had shown speed and faded in before.
To Acacia with winning trainer George Weaver.
And a milestone victory. George doing it here at Saratoga as well. How much more special does that make it? Win number 1,000.
I was hoping it would be here. I've got a maiden claimer at Monmouth tomorrow, and I was like, man, if that happens, it's not going to be good. But, we've had a lot of people help us out over the years, great owners, great staff, and I dedicated to my wife, Cindy, who busted her butt to help us get the first 900 and some. So, sorry. Anyway, great win.
Absolutely. And you mentioned, Cindy, what your family has been through over the last couple of years and what she contributed to the operation as well. It really is a family affair and a team affair over at your barn.
Well, she's still a big part of it. We miss her deeply because, you know, she can't come out and do it like she did before. But she's always rooting for us and giving us ideas and talking horses with us. So, you know, like I said, I dedicate this one to her.
And how about this filly? Beautiful Thief. What a big step forward from first to second start.
I told Javier, I bet on her first time around, and she disappointed me. And I said, the only thing I could think of is you need to wait a little while to ask her for her best, and it worked out well today.
It certainly did. Congratulations, George, on this win and all of the ones that came before it.
Thank you.
Here's to 1,000 more for the Weaver Barn, an emotional day. Lafitte?
Understandably so, Acacia. Cindy involved in a training accident here at Saratoga. It was severe head trauma, very serious, a long road in terms of recovery. George right by her side, and understand everything they've been through and why such an emotional moment, Rajiv, for George Weaver in this 1,000th career win. It's not just the number. There are many layers to this story.
Whenever I was in a situation where I had a big achievement or a big milestone accomplished and a big moment, the thing that happens is you get a rush of emotion. It's almost like it's a collage of your entire life work and big defining moments and key things that happen just rush into your brain at one time, scrambling in there, and that's where all that emotion comes from. You certain kind of memory starts hitting to the top of the brain. And I feel like that's what's rushing into George's head right now.
A very popular win, a popular milestone. So many that cheer on George Weaver, class act, terrific horseman, 1,000 career wins. And to do so in a turf sprint, one particular area that over the last year plus, he's been so good with his turf sprinters, putting up big numbers. Beautiful Thief graduates in this turf sprint, 650. And for Javier Castellano, a fourth win in the Alabama. And the win of the nightcap, 1,004.
And talk about coming full circle. One of George Weaver's biggest wins was the sprint in Dubai with Saratoga County. Who was riding that horse? Javier Castellano.
All comes full circle. Castellano, the salute. A Beautiful Thief, Bone Venture Stables, 1,000 wins. George Weaver. What a Saturday at Saratoga. Travers next week, and the races lived up to the billing in terms of exciting finishes, photo finishes in the Alabama and the Lake Placid on the stellar afternoon of thoroughbred racing. This is why Alabama Saturday always a favorite for the fans here in upstate New York.
I mean, it's what we hope for, to see real horse races, the competitive nature between these top-class athletes and the jockeys as well. And I just feel it's build up. I mean, I'm so excited about the Travers next week. So many good horses. Lots on the line.
Next Saturday, Gray Osh, Lake Placid. What a finish. Flavien Prat, Chad Brown, a 6 for Pratt. And in the main event, the Alabama bumping contact, top of the stretch, power squeeze, and the favorite Candy dueling to the wire. Power squeeze in the Alabama at Saratoga. We'll see you tomorrow.
Cancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Winter Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.